CoCoTALK would like to thank the patrons who sponsor our show, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Patrick Randolph, Dinty, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, Fedor Stamen, Frodo NL, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Bucata, Jason Downs, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Rick Hewlin, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard Lorbieski, Jenna Ferrin, Rob Inman, Alan Murphy, Stephen Wagner, Terry Steen, The Backyard Shed Gang, Perry Steggy, Tom C., Tom S., Tim Lindner, and Tony C. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCo Talk.
This is CoCo Talk, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Coco computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCo Talk is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCo Talk is rocking the 8-bit world.
Good afternoon and happy Halloween, everybody. I can't think of anything scarier than unleashing the faces on the panel today. We do not need our masks to frighten the children. Happy Halloween, Coconuts!
CoCo Talk is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCo Talk is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right, it's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's CoCo Talk. Everybody, welcome and happy Halloween to another exciting, I don't know if we can use the word exciting, but another episode of CoCo Talk is here. It's Halloween. We've got a very frightening panel for you. No makeup or mask required. This is all natural. Starting with our panel in the top left-hand corner, but on the bottom of the world, he likes Vegemite. He likes to say, "Oh, crikey!" And he's stuck inside a CRT. Ladies and gentlemen, it's David O'Connor. G'day, David.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? I hope you can.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we can. We can. Oh. We have got a guy who does not need to wear a fake beard. Rick Hewland is with us.
Howdy, folks.
Welcome to the program. This is a guy who likes pipes. I don't know what he likes, but he's here. He's talented. He's creative. It's Rob Inman, everybody. Rob.
Good morning, Stevie. I thought you said you were going to put on a mask.
We've got our resident xenomorph, Alan Murphy's with us, sticking a tongue out at you.
Howdy, howdy, everyone.
All right, we're doing good. A man whose name is so nice. We must say it thrice. His hair is looking dreamy. It's none other than
Nick Marotta.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Welcome back, Nick. Always a pleasure to see you. We've got a guy who's got a garage. He's got a couple of tandies. He likes art. He's got a wife who tolerates him. What else can we say? It's Ron Delvo!
Hey! Hello, everybody! I'm here and you're here.
That's right. We got a guy who likes to get books and Cocos and all kinds of stuff on eBay. It's Brian Weasler, everybody. How you doing, Brian?
Hello. Hello. Happy Cocoween.
Happy Cocoween to you from the Great White North. Where is it getting cold at this point? L. Curtis Boyle, welcome in. How's it going, eh?
It's briefly getting cold. Like it's been 40 plus mile an hour winds all night, and it's hovering just above freezing. But we're supposed to be back up to like 55, 60 by Monday, Tuesday. So
Okay.
not quite yet.
Thanks for being here. We have our backup streamer and engineer, all-around nice guy and well-dressed individual, Mark Bosley's with us. Hello, Mark.
Hello. I'm the scariest thing on the planet is somebody not wearing one of these.
That is so true. What can we say about this next guy? How about we start off by saying,
bless your heart.
Bless your heart, everybody. It's the vice president of the Glenside Calore Computer Club, Terry Steggy's with us. Hey, Terry.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween to you. Nice to see you wearing a mask. It looks good.
Steggy. I can't speak. It's Steggerino.
That's it.
There we go.
We got a guy who likes doing some hardware projects from time to time. Paul T. Barton's with us. Hey, Paul, how you doing?
Hey, wonderful.
We have the creator of Clowns and Balloons with us today, Mr. Steve Bjork. How are you, sir?
Oh, hanging in there, folks. Interesting day. All I can say is it's Halloween, but it doesn't feel that way.
It is. Couldn't agree with you more. Hey, we got a guy who makes software and programs and games and demos and all kinds of stuff. He looks like he got a haircut today. Paul Shoemaker joins us today. Hey, Paul, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
All right, thanks for being here. I don't remember inviting you, but hey, you're here, so that's fine. So yeah.
I know the password. I just come when I
want. Note to self, change password. Right. We got another guy who likes to say,
oh, crikey.
And I think he's got one of his latest pieces of crap software is going to be releasing today. We'll hear about that later in the show. The Thunder from Down Under, Nicholas Marentes. Good day.
Good day, everyone. Hey, I had a haircut today too, but I've lost track which one it was.
Someone reported you for getting it cut too. Apparently.
Yes, apparently. All right. And I'm not sure he's muted. I'm not sure if he's actually here or if this is a hologram projection, but James Jones, are you here, James? You got to unmute if you're here. Try it again.
Okay, I like to think I am, yes.
Hey, James.
Hey, James.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in recorded history on CoCoTALK, we've got James Jones. Hey, James. I don't know if you want to do This Is Your Life or not. We're going to put you on the spot, or you want to save that for later?
Let's save that for later. This really was me trying to get on just a little bit before the show. But remembering my most recently changed passwords for some things made it on the show.
All right. Well, welcome here, James. We're glad to have you.
Yep. Glad to be here.
Other than working on Nitrous 9, I'm sure you've done some other redeeming quality things in your lifetime. So, no, I'm just kidding. I like Nitrous 9, too. Welcome here. We're glad to have you. L. Curtis Boyle likes Nitrous 9, doesn't he?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Oh, so.
Most days.
And we've got a bunch of people in the live chat on this Halloween. We've got AC's 8-Bit Zone. We've got Mark B. We've got Ken Reichard, author of the game
Nightmare Highway.
We've got Mark. So Mark Overholzer is our resident Apple guy. We have deemed our resident Atari guy, Sloopy Malibu. He's in the chat. 8-Bits in the Basement. Robert Boyle. Robert Sieg is in the live chat. Robert's been doing some incredible image conversions for the CoCo 3 and the MC10. AC's 8-Bit Zone. Brian Weasler's out there. Tim Franklin's out there. Rob Inman. TJB. Chris is out there. Ken Reichert. Jim Rye is out there. Frodo NL is out there. Nimble is out there. Canadian Retro Things. Rob Inman. Dave and Sharon. Retro Innovations, Jim Brain, president of Glenside Color Computer Club, and you name it, you guys are out there. Thanks for being here today. It's Halloween. This is the first time that CoCoTALK has actually aired on an actual Halloween, so we are celebrating by bringing you some of the scariest faces in the retro space. So far, so good. All right, that's it.
We got nothing else to talk about. In my case. Is this better?
Yeah, we got nothing else to talk about. Good night, everybody.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's
All right, and there's your show. All right. All right, so James Jones, we're not going to put you on the spot, but anytime you want to chime in, we probably want to schedule, but you're welcome to today if you want to play This Is Your Life. Tell us a little bit about what you used to do, what you're doing now and stuff, but no pressure, no worries. So I'm sorry, what's that, James?
I appreciate that.
All right, so we'll just save that for your discretion. It's Halloween. Do we want to talk, before we get into, since we don't really have anything to talk about today other than GameON and news, which is surprise, surprise. Anybody want to talk about favorite Halloween moments, either as an adult or as a child, or how retro Halloween moments, or even if it's not Coco related, like Steve Bjork does his Haunt Hackers, and he's got a whole Halloween business. Do we want to have some Halloween discussions before we get into gaming and newsing type stuff? Anybody?
One little quick one for me. When the CoCo 3 first came out, I actually used the H-screen for the 4-color 640 mode, and I drew, it's actually up on the archive too, it's just like, 6 pumpkins basically with the palettes doing the flickering, candlelight inside. And I stuck that up. My bedroom window used to be right by our front door, the entrance to the house. When kids came trick-or-treating, they would come and see this. So I'd have it just propped up there, just a little animation. And some of the really younger kids, because this is not when computers were too popular at homes there, some of the kids, the really young ones, would walk up and they'd completely forget to ask for candy. They'd be busy watching the pumpkins there, and their parents would go, "Oh no, you have to ask for candy. Say trick or treat." So that would be the one funny Coco related one I had.
Was that only 6 pumpkins? We've got 16 of them here today. We're doing much better.
Yeah, we can all
I think you're confusing pumpkins with eyesores, but sure.
Pumpkins. We got a panel full of pumpkins today, folks. Some of them need their faces carved completely off, but yeah.
Some of them already have that.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say Ron Delvaux. You're a very creative guy and imaginative guy. What kind of Halloween stuff have you done in your life that comes to mind?
Well, let's see. If you go to my Facebook profile, you'll see a tank I made for my son.
Oh, that's cool.
It was about 1990 or so.
Yeah.
And I had a bunch of styrofoam because I used to make styrofoam signs, letters and stuff.
Yeah.
And so I put together a tank, and they were so enamored with it at school that they asked him to lead the parade around the school, so he had all the ghouls and the ghosts and stuff behind him. And he had this tank. He could stand up in it holding the sides, and it looked like he was sitting outside of the hatch. It had a hatch open, and it had the gun sticking out.
No, that's cool.
Yeah.
And what was it made out of, like poster board and stuff, or
styrofoam?
Styrofoam. Ah, neat.
Yeah, inch and a half styrofoam sheets. I cut it up and painted it, and it looked just like a tank.
Styrofoam doesn't melt in Arizona.
Yeah,
no, this was in Rochester, New York at the time.
When I was a kid, the costumes were basically, they came in a box. You had kind of like a nylon vinyl jumpsuit, bodysuit thing, and then you had like a little plastic mask with a rubber band on it, and that was your costume. And they were pretty lame. It was either a skeleton or a pirate or just really lame things. But not having a lot of money as a kid, my mom would make all of our costumes. So we had all homemade Halloween costumes. And at the time, I was really embarrassed because, like, oh, man, I got this homemade costume, this welfare outfit, because I don't have the cool, Popeye the Sailor or whatever is cool that year. But when you think about it now, that's what they call cosplay. Everybody spent a lot of time designing their custom costumes. And these were really cool costumes. One year I was Superman. And I had like the blue shirt, and she did like felt, so I had the S and a cape, and they made boots out of like vinyl or something. And it was a really cool costume when you look back. I liked it. I wasn't embarrassed about the costume. I was just kind of embarrassed that we didn't have the store-bought stuff, but we had really cool costumes as kids. One year, my brother was the Lone Ranger, and I was Superman. I remember one year, I think my brother was in a school play, and he was the Tin Man, and they made a whole costume for him out of like poster boards. So he had like the articulated armor for his body and stuff. So my parents were pretty creative, and we had some really cool costumes growing up. One year I was Frankenstein, and they got some of that wax putty on my forehead and like drew lines in it with a pencil and like put scars on my forehead and all kinds of stuff. And I had like a shirt with shoulder pads and stuff, and I would walk around, so they did some kind of cool stuff to make us up for Halloween. So that's a cool memory I have.
No pictures, huh?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure there's pictures in my parents' photo albums. I don't know that I have any, but yeah, I know we still have some of those pictures. That would be a cool one. Anybody else have any cool Halloween memories? I never did a lot of Halloween specific Coco stuff. I remember doing Christmas demos and birthday demos, but I don't ever remember making any Halloween demos back in the day.
Steve Bjork might have a few Halloween stories to tell us.
Oh, every year I kept working harder and harder on my display. But the thing that kept bugging me is that you could kind of see the house in the background of the display. So what I did is I went through and built a 2-story ghost town out of wood and everything, and then put that in front of the house.
Oh,
so
neat.
the house was hidden, and now you had this thing. Of course, it's not like a walkthrough thing, but I could use it to, I put skeletons and other things up on the balconies and in the windows and all that stuff. And everybody would come by. Can I go through your ghost town? I go, it's not a ghost town to go through. You just look at it. And then one year I got even more aggressive. I built a fence and made it look like there's a hole in the fence. And then that had a rear projection screen there. So I could project on it skeletons dancing in the dancing around in the graveyard and stuff like that. And people would just come by and look and go, how in the heck did you do that? Because everybody's looking for the camera that would be in front where the people are, but it's rear screen. And they were quite impressed. And actually, if you want to do a cheap form of a rear screen, just buy yourself a plain vanilla shower curtain, one of these that's not see-through but is kind of frosted.
Yeah.
And they work great as a rear screen projection screen.
Cool.
Of course, I went and actually bought the rear screen projection screen because, hey, I'm professional. I have to do it right.
You're on the wrong show then.
But between, getting a little older and, body not working as well as you want. And of course, with the quarantine, nothing this year.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. COVID has ruined a lot of stuff, not just CoCo Fest and all kinds of other events, but it's ruined Halloween, man.
Yeah.
And
well, about a month ago, LA County announced that giving out candy, trick-or-treating, was going to be banned this year. And I guess they got a lot of complaints because 3 days later, they reversed and said, we do not suggest you do it.
Right.
We're not banning it, but we don't suggest you do it.
Now, so this year we have to worry about getting the Rona on our candy. When I was a kid, they used to always make you afraid of things like, well, somebody might put a razor blade in an apple, and or you might. So I remember hearing all these horror
poison
stories.
in the candy, or
poison in your candy, or getting red hot pennies they throw in your hand to burn your hands. I'm thinking, who the hell did this, and how could you get away with this kind of crap? But the freaking horror stories I remember hearing as a kid between poison candy, razor blades in the apple, red hot, white hot pennies thrown in your hand. I mean, like, they just scared the crap out of you before you even left the house, So
it is kind of funny though. Back in the day, my girlfriend was into Halloween too, and we rented an upstairs of a duplex. So we did the hallway up with corn stalks and the handrails and loud music and dry ice smoke and the whole bit, and bats running down wires so you could scare the kids. And kid comes up to the top, and I give him some candy, and I give him my best and he digs the candy out of his pumpkin and throws it at me and runs back down the stairs.
Wow. That was his only weapon, huh?
The evil man.
I've got one kind of similar to that back in, I think it was 88, maybe 89, when Michael Keaton's Batman came out. I was working at Radio Shack. So our shopping center had a big trick-or-treat thing. And so I dressed up as the Joker all out. And every little boy was Batman that year. So one little boy, little bitty guy, he's probably 3, comes up and he's like, "Are you the Joker?" As I'm giving him candy. And I said, of course, had to do the laugh. And as I'm giving him his candy, he hauled off and just kicked me right in the shin.
Good thing.
I'll be honest, I wanted to reach in and get a few of that candy, but I didn't do it.
Well, it is trick or treat, so the tricks are going to be a little tough sometime.
Yeah, but nobody really wanted a trick. Every kid wanted treats, right? So
Yeah, we would have typically about 700 to 1,400 kids come to our house every year.
Wow.
And our candy bill was hundreds of dollars.
Wow.
Not just because we gave every kid a candy. No, my wife would give up to 5 pieces of candy based on how cute your costume was.
No, it was a merit system. God forbid you came in a welfare costume or something, huh? So go away, kid. You bother me.
You'd have to give him candy.
Oh my goodness.
Here's your soap.
Right. Here's some soap.
Used to be when I went, there was this one person somewhere in the neighborhood that made, popcorn in a big ball.
Oh yeah. Homemade
sticky.
popcorn. Right?
And then you have all your good candy who's stuck to it.
Ah.
Oh man.
Yeah, times are different, man. Now you can't bring unwrapped food in. That's why when you're talking about banning giving out candy, I mean, as long as the candy's wrapped and sealed, hopefully it's okay, but who knows, right? So.
Yeah, of course, we'd have all types come by, and we would have these 14-year-old boys that they put a little bit of shoe polish on their face or something like that, and that was their costume. And those were the ones that would get the really yucky pieces from the bags that we had. I still gave them candy, but it was like, the black licorice this or other things like that parents would get upset their kids got, and they would always get that. Sure.
I
Yeah.
like
And of course,
licorice.
the thing is they would start eating that black licorice, and pretty soon their lips are as blacked out as much as their faces from the shoe polish they put on.
I've never been a fan of the black licorice or the black jelly beans. I don't know why. It's just.
Oh, I love black jelly beans.
Bitter taste.
They're my favorite.
It's bitter.
It's surprising how different people's tastes are. I mean, I heard somebody, I think it was on the Amigos Discord, they were describing what their worst Halloween candy, because some people pick candy corn, some people pick black licorice. Some people picked a Tootsie Roll and said, it looks like a turd and it tastes like one too.
Which is the clean end?
Yeah, right.
That's like on Christmas getting fruitcake.
Oh, I love fruitcake.
I love fruitcake. So yeah,
Seriously,
awesome.
hang on to the fruitcake and regift it next year.
Yeah.
They'll be done in a week.
I've had some
really
good fruitcake. Yeah. Had some
Same
really
here,
good
The alcohol will
fruitcake.
be more potent in a year's time.
More fruitcake.
Carl Lafferty is here saying, I finally made it to a live episode. Welcome, Carl. Yeah. Halloween memory. Yeah. And so you have your Halloween memories when you were a kid. Of course, I've had some Halloween memories with my kids. That's been kind of fun too. Nowadays, the costumes you buy, even, off the shelf, are so much more elaborate than they used to be. Some really cool costumes. We've got so many costumes now. We got a bag of costumes in the garage to choose from. But yeah, it is unfortunate. Like our neighborhood, even before COVID, our neighborhood did not have a lot of kids here where I live now. So we would not have more than, when I took the kids around my neighborhood, we wouldn't have maybe 10 houses out of like 4 blocks that would actually have candy, which was kind of lame. So we ended up like going to other places or like some gated communities and stuff. We would just like go to somebody else's that had a good neighborhood to take the kids to get some candy, So things you got to do.
Find a neighborhood with the full size candy bars.
Yeah, and then they have these things now that they call trunk or treat, where it's kind of like everybody brings stuff and they like just it's kind of you kind of go around to everybody's car and then they're giving you candy out of their trunk and stuff. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. So different things.
Or they're doing the drive-by.
Our candy.
Yeah, we did have one guy on the other side of my block that would give out the full size like Hershey bars, and so that was like the kids knew we got to hit that house. We're going this way first because we got to get to this guy's house first because he gives out the full size candy bars, not the fun size, right? So
did you cheat like we did, where we'd switch costumes and go back to get more of the full size candy?
No, but
bars?
I carried when I walked with the kids, I carried a bag too. So we had like 3 bags. So I was getting an extra dose for them too, and then we'd just go home, throw it all on the table, and sort it all out because different people like different things, and then mom and dad would get all the crap that the kids didn't like, So
Do you know what looks just like chocolate and that you can give away on Halloween?
I'm afraid to ask, Ron, but what is it?
X-Lax.
X-Lax.
Like 3 days after Halloween, your neighbors are going,
crap.
My kids can't make it to school today. Oh, what's going on? Well, they're stuck to the bathroom.
Smooth move, Ron.
Ron's the one your parents warned
Yeah.
you about.
Well, I tell you
A lot of crap.
one year we did a Minecraft thing where my daughter Megan went as Steve, the main guy from Minecraft, and I was a creeper, and I painted my face green and did the square eyes and the square mouth and stuff, and I put on like camouflage clothes, and so we did a homemade Minecraft costume one year, and it was kind of cool. So.
Well, just to show you how big Halloween is and like that, spirit stores that pop up for 2 months every Halloween.
Yeah, my daughter's working on one right now. Yeah,
those are owned by Spencer's Gifts. And
I did not know that.
And the thing is, they make more money out of the spirit for those 2 months than the entire year out of all the Spencers.
Wow, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah,
it wouldn't surprise me.
That's where I got my stuff I'm wearing now. That's where I got my Ron Delvaux beard from. I think ours are called Halloween Express, but there is a spirit here too. But I think the one I've been going to now is called Halloween Express. It's the same thing. They take over an abandoned shopping center. Like you close something down, they take it over for the 2-3 months, and I'm sure they make a mint there.
It does make sense. Yeah, mall rent versus an abandoned Menards store.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing too is they do not discount their stock, through Halloween. They keep it at full price. Unlike stores where they'll do 50% off sales.
Oh yeah, as you
get closer.
Right. Well, also.
So if you need to get something, just go to a Spirit, and they'll probably still have it in stock, because what they'll do is their plan is to always take back all the merchandise. They warehouse it. They have a website to try and sell it through the year. They don't have to get rid of everything before Halloween.
Right, and they'll just sell it next year. So.
And a gold store next year.
Yeah. Like the day after Halloween's the best time to buy candy when you go to your grocery store. You get half off all the candy crap. So, but not at Spirit. Right? So.
Did you see Terry Steggy's message?
Terry's got to go, right? Hey, take care, Terry.
He said.
Hey, Terry.
He was going to say have a good time or something, but it got cut off right at the have.
Oh, because he was warning that he was going to lose cell coverage there in a second. Yeah. Have. All right, cool. Any more Halloween stories to share, memories to share? Anyone? Bueller?
My kids' first Halloween was pretty good.
We used to take a pillowcase.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We would take the little neighbor kid and put him in the car and drive him to the big neighborhood so we could get all the candy he could.
There you go.
And it was way more than he could ever eat, so we just spread it out among the group.
Alan, you're getting ready to say
the kid was the beard, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, just was remembering my kid's first Halloween. So I have twins, a boy and a girl. And what are you going to do for Halloween for that?
Raggedy Ann and Andy, Tuesday and Wednesday Addams.
Yeah, that's where so we went with Thing 1 and Thing 2.
Okay, there you go.
Dr. Seuss, the Cat in the Hat.
Yeah.
And my son was just fine with having his hair spray painted blue. My daughter threw the biggest fit probably of her life from doing that until we actually got out the door. Once it was done with the spray and all that, then she was okay. But yeah, that was a lot of fun, just dragging them around as the things from the book.
That's cool.
Oh, I mostly did Halloween stuff when I was really pretty young, so it was more my parents dressing me up than me, putting something on. I remember going out once as Gomez Addams.
Oh, cool.
Back in the days, though. Actually, if you look it up, the whole rumors of adulterated candy go back to the 1800s.
Oh, wow.
It appears to be an urban legend.
Okay.
There aren't really much in the way of real cases, but I actually rather preferred the homemade popcorn balls myself.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, this legend thing about problems with the candy, they go back to two of them, according to some researchers. One, parents telling their kids that so that the parents could inspect the candy to make sure they only ate them what they wanted to and how much.
Right.
And then, of course, two was, the people that love to make up things and tell stories.
Like the spider's eggs in bubble gum.
I've never heard of that one.
Oh, supposedly there's spider's eggs. It was Hubba Bubba or something. I can't remember which brand was supposedly had it, but basically, if you ate it, you would wake up in the middle of the night with spiders crawling out of your mouth because they would gestate inside your stomach. And
Is that like if you ate Pop Rocks and drank Coke, your stomach would explode?
Yeah, probably.
That's why Billy never came back.
Yeah, that one's true. I know a kid that happened to. Blew him right up.
Yeah, that's supposedly what happened to Mikey from the Life cereal. He died because he swallowed a Pop Rocks and drank a Coke and his stomach exploded. So he didn't like that.
I'm just reading in the chat here concerning that bubblegum spider eggs thing. It looks like depending on where you lived, it was a different brand.
Oh, okay.
One year I got a kit for a skeleton hand that you could fit over your hand. It had little pull rings and so the thing actually worked as a hand. And I'd put my bathrobe on and I'd put a piece of candy in this hand and a kid would come up and I'd open that hand and drop it into his bag.
I remember the ones that looked like the walking hand from the Addams Family. What's his name? What was the hand called? Was that Thing?
Thing.
Yeah, they had like a robotic thing hand that would walk, and the early ones looked really bad, but as technology got better, they looked better. But it was like a really cheesy looking rubber hand.
Yeah.
I used to love to buy when I would go to Disney World as a kid stuff from the magic shop too, and there was like cool stuff there too. Like there was the fake granite rocks that's made out of foam, but it looked like you'd like go to throw it at somebody and they'd get scared, and it was just a foam granite rock. And of course, like the rubber vomit, the flies in the ice cube type stuff. There was one that was the light bulb. It was like a real glass light bulb, and if you touch something metal to it, it would light up, so you could like hold a light bulb in your hand and make it light up and stuff. So I remember kind of little props like that were kind of cool back in the day too. I always wanted Don Post masks. Do you ever remember those things? They were like really expensive. And you would see them in all the monster magazines, like Famous Monsters and Fangoria. I'd always see these really cool, expensive Don Post studio rubber authentic masks. When I'd go to Disney World, I wanted the Star Wars mask. So I wanted C-3PO and Chewbacca and Darth Vader and Stormtrooper. And they were like $50 a piece. And this is back in the 70s. And that was a lot of money. And my parents were like, you're not getting a $50 mask, But I always wanted the Star. And now I have them all now. Like when I became a bachelor, that was the first thing I got. I got every freaking Star Wars helmet across my mantle and stuff. But I just remember wanting all those Star Wars masks, wanting the Don Post mask, like the really fancy, cool rubber masks that you could never afford because they were like $100. And that was $100 might as well have been $1 million when you were a kid, because there's nothing you were going to get that cost $100, So. Who else is here? Canadian. Oh, Grape Hubba Bubba. Jim Rye saying bubble yum. Somebody's asking if we have pictures of Steve Bjork's home haunt. I don't know if you have any pictures you can show, Steve, or point people to a
not
website.
Easily to get to right now.
Yeah. Rob Inman says Jimmy Kimmel recommends inspecting the candy until it's all gone.
That's why there were never any Snickers in my candy.
Yeah. Let's see. Nobody in my house likes bubblegum but me, so I get all the hand-me-down bubblegum from the trick-or-treat bags and stuff. I love gum. Cool stuff. Oh,
Mikey's comment too. I did not die. He was talking about the Pop Rocks.
Oh yeah. I did not. Oh, there it's Mikey. It's Mikey. We're glad to hear that, Mikey. Full recovery. All right, so that's good.
Somebody in the chat's talking about who wants a Captain Kirk mask. Well, take that mask and flip it around so the white's going forward. And that was used in, I think it was Friday the 13th.
No, it was Halloween.
Halloween? Yeah. So you're saying that
Yeah,
Michael Myers is an inverted Captain Kirk mask?
That's right.
I did not know that.
Yep. Yeah. Watch it again.
Oh, my goodness.
It actually makes it even worse than it was before.
If I can share my screen, I can show you my tank.
Yeah. Go ahead. Let me stop sharing. Go ahead. Ron's going to show us his tank, everybody.
Hopefully that's not a euphemism.
No.
Thanks for that.
Oh, that is so cool, Ron.
Cool.
That is that's quality, man.
Yeah,
that's good.
Out. That is really cool.
Oh,
nice. That's not just your average little
construction.
That's far out.
That was
That's
two golden
awesome.
retrievers before.
Before Pearl,
Muffin.
huh?
Yeah, exactly.
That is so cool, Ron. That's just awesome.
So he stood up there and he held the tank by the side,
so he could walk with it.
Yeah.
Huh.
And that was
Very
before I painted it. That was at school.
Oh,
in the
that's
parking lot.
awesome.
That is so cool.
That is so awesome.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
if you have a talented parent, you can end up having things cooler than you could ever buy anywhere. You know,
I'll agree with that.
There's no way that you could buy something like that.
No, that's really classy.
That
Well
is
done.
far out. All right, well, I guess we will go ahead and as more Halloween stories and memories come to mind, I guess just blurt them out randomly throughout the show as we move forward. But why don't we take a commercial break, and then we'll come back with Nick Marota's favorite part of the show, the GameON Challenge results with Nick Marota. And I believe we've got a CoCo Thoughts, a new CoCo Thoughts that might either be GameON related and or Halloween related. That Samuel Gimes has a tendency of being quite topical. So we're gonna run a you know what we're gonna do? Instead of running a commercial, even though it's not necessarily scary, it does have the word nightmare in the title. So for this break here, we're going to enjoy the Nightmare Highway music video. I will have the panel's mics open the entire time, so if you guys want to sing along while the video plays, please do. So we're going to enjoy the Nightmare Highway music video, the song that's sweeping the nation, and then we'll be back with brand new CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gime in the High Score Challenge GameON results. Enjoy Nightmare Highway, kids.
Got some time to kill, might play a little
Zach song.
Might double back to play a little Temple of Rom. Dungeons of Daggeroth, color baseball. But none can hold a candle to the greatest of them all.
Nightmare Highway.
Highway.
Nightmare
Highway.
It's a little off.
Sure, I love my Sailor Man and Firefall. Go on a rampage for some super pitfall. Shanghai me into a game of rogue or demon attack. But sooner or later, you know,
sing
I've
along,
got
everybody.
to come back.
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway. It's got a road.
And it's got a car.
It's got a
Bunch
car.
of furniture, and you'll be a pop star.
Oh, be a pop star.
Well, okay, maybe I just stick to the facts. To tell this truth, this game
really ain't all that.
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
I used to bow down to the Donkey King. Grabber and Cashman used to be my thing. Megabug, Buzzard Bait, Sea Dragon 2. But none of those can satisfy me much as you do. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Retro Innovation says that Australian singer has terrible timing.
He's got to come up way around the world, man.
That's
Playing on the offbeat, I believe.
Nightmare Highway.
Syncopated.
Nightmare Highway.
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 This is why we can't have
Nightmare
nights.
Oh, the couch. Oh, no. Not the couch.
This will get us a YouTube ding.
And
For
now,
different reasons.
CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes.
In the maze I hunt you and all your kin. The detector warns me and then I grin. And then I shoot again and you will find
I'm the Phantom Slayer, and your demise is on my mind.
Classic.
We outnumber you. You are no threat. Our power against you grows stronger yet. And when you turn corners, we're right behind. We phantoms in the twisted maze will touch you when you die.
The echo is not helping.
Goodness, my goodness.
That's brilliant.
Wow.
Samuel Guys.
Absolutely fantastic.
So what did our
that
ultimate
was
music?
so good.
What did our ultimate music reviewer Ron think of that one?
I don't sing at church, and I don't sing at home, and there's probably other people that shouldn't sing at all.
So you liked it, Ron.
That's my little bit of wisdom. Goodbye.
And we've been joined by David Ladd. David, are you by any chance feeling excited about being here today?
Oh, yes, and happy Halloween, everyone.
All right. I was
So
gonna say-
one day out of the year, I can come out and play.
Somebody put him back. Put him back. Oh.
Just one day.
All right. Well, let's see what the results were this week for those who played Phantom Slayer. We are gonna find out right now because it's time for the
High Score Challenge.
All right, and welcome to another week of results. This week we played Phantom Slayer with 20 scores submitted. Mark Bosley, 2. Adam Tandy Dragon Guy, 14. R. Ellen Murphy, 14. Cat Lord, 26.
It is a low-scoring game.
Jim Rye, 26.
For most of us.
Me, 26. Mr. Dave 6309, 32. Tom C, 32. David Ladd, 42. Nice score. Ken Reichard, 44. Rogelio Perea, 70. Buck Owen, 72. 8 Bits in the Basement, 86. David Craker, 88. Low Level, 88. Canadian Retro Things, 100. Tasman, 320. Z9K9, 436. Yes, I said Z. Ben VR Drake, 654. And the number one score this week belongs to L. Curtis Boyle with 1,756. Excellent score. Thank you to all of this week's participants, and we'll see you next week.
Slacking off, Curtis. We've seen the high score.
By the way, Nick Baroda, I must say there was a lot of feeling in that video. I have no comments to make. Usually I'd say, could you kick it up a notch? But that was perfect, Nick. Perfect,
Thank you.
perfect. Lots of emphasis going on there. Yes.
Thank you.
I worked hard
He
for
was
them 2
channeling
points.
his inner David Ladd.
Yes.
So, yes, as you see, L. Curtis Boyle pretty much wiped the floor with us this week.
Boo!
His score is probably higher than the sum of the rest. Wasn't it?
Well, as I've mentioned, I that was my jam back in the day. First third-party game I ever bought, so I played the living crap out of that thing. And that actually wasn't my highest score ever. If you guys saw in the Discord there, I
Well, hold
posted, like,
on,
the
hold
old
on,
rainbow.
hold on, hold on.
Oh, you got that?
Hold on.
Oh, wait a second. Did
you
you
see
make
my
it to the
score?
rainbow?
Yes.
See, hold on.
Are you a
see my
poster boy?
Okay, guys, you're blowing my shtick.
Oh, sorry.
Guys,
I'm sorry,
worked
but
really
I
hard
will
on
never be
rehearsal.
accused of blowing your shtick, Nick, just so you know. Sorry.
No,
no.
That was not intended.
That's just too much.
You guys can see my screen okay?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
So
We
what
still
I
want to
was
see your
going to
shtick.
say was, here's a score from back in the day, and we have
Michael
1 and 2,
Brook.
but look at number 3.
Curtis Boyle,
Curtis Boyle.
Saskatoon, so scratchy one. All
That's right.
Wow, Curtis is in print. He's in the bright lights.
He is famous.
That's why he's got such an ego.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with that, but thanks.
Still lives in the same town.
So here's Canadian Retro.
It won't let me out. I don't know why.
Canadian Retro Things did a video this week. showing-
Nice. I like how the colors came out in there.
So anyway, guys, what did you think of the game? I thought it was very difficult. I plateaued at 26, and that was the best I was going to do.
I don't know. I thought it wasn't that hard.
Okay, let me talk to the other reasonable people who got on the
Definitely a low-scoring game.
I'm not sure how I even got those 2 points.
You have to hit one phantom, right?
One kill, right?
No, one hit is 2 points. 1 kill is 10.
Okay, so one hit. You're a one-hit wonder.
I thought it was a pretty well done maze game of that kind of maze game, because most of them are just the maze, and then the monster really isn't all that amazing. The original version had like just a floating eyeball, I think, on the old Alto or whatever. But this one had, with the sound tracker and everything else that went with it, was a couple of steps above.
Yeah, the sound really makes this game.
Yeah. Now, timeline-wise, did this come out before Dungeons of Daggorath?
Yes, not by much. It came just a few months before.
So this is one of the first 3D maze crawlers / first-person shooters for the CoCo.
Yeah, came out in what was it, about June or July of '82, I think.
Okay.
And Daggorath came more closer to the end of the year.
And the sound piece is fairly unique, especially for the time. The guys that make the Alien movie franchise just did a version called Alien Blackout, which is basically the same thing, but that was only released last year, and everybody made a big ballyhoo about that then. Yeah, and I think because they don't know that this game existed decades before.
What key do you hit to get that full maze?
F sharp.
That one.
That's because you die, or you're starting to. You've died.
So
you can see that screen if you get the Energizer square, the green square, because if you hit the Enter key, you'll teleport back to the middle maze and you get to see where everybody is. And I think, Nick, you were mentioning if you hit the D key without moving out of the square, you can see the maze after you kill a phantom. Is that true? I never got a chance to try because I didn't use that.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, so I know somebody claimed that too.
Yeah.
I know in training mode you can hit it at any time, but there's no phantoms. That's just getting used to 3D graphics because that was a new thing back in '82. Now, Nick, I sent you the link to the interview with Ken Kalish when he was talking about his sound design for the game and what the game was inspired by, which is a movie. Did you get a chance to read that at all? Or?
No, I did not.
You want to give us the cliff notes of that, Curtis?
Well, okay. Discuss the game briefly here while I fire that up here. But it was right from the author himself. I interviewed him by mail 15, 20 years ago.
In the meantime, Curtis discovered a little bug in the score display of the version that.
Yeah, I don't remember it doing that back when I was playing, and I had the original tapes. I'm wondering if the version on the archive is corrupt. I'm gonna have to restore I still have the tape version. I'm gonna have to actually restore it and see if that still happens. Because when I got that 1800 score in Rainbow, it was fine. It didn't print any weird glitch. So I'll have to find out if somebody
this should
screwed
show
up
it.
Copying the game here.
Let me fast forward a bit.
Frame rate off that computer.
Meantime, I'll find my interview.
I know the gameplay video for this isn't as thrilling since it's hard because you don't hear the sound. So
yeah, that was my mistake. I forgot to turn it on. Plus, I started recording
I don't usually do
an hour
sound.
and a half into the game too. So.
I don't usually do sound either. You see the scores.
The score's all wonky like that. Looks like it's got some fractions going on or something.
And then Ben VR Drake submitted a gameplay as well, and he hacked the palette.
Yeah, that's cool.
CoCo 3.
That's the palette that Nick Marentes and I did for the palette hacking launcher program.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that palette.
That's cool.
I'm kind of curious. Did Ben use that rig that he's demoed to play this game, or did he mention that at all? Didn't he have that rig that you can kind of walk on or
Yeah, he has
stand
the
on?
VR rig. No, I don't know if he did. I hadn't heard he did.
Okay.
So I might as well just read verbatim here. This is part of the interview, and I was interviewing about all of his games like Danger Ranger and Monkey Kong and a bunch of others. But basically, when I interviewed him about this is one he was quite proud of. Like he much preferred doing original arcade games. He did do some clones, but he much preferred doing original ones. So he was quite happy with this one. So he's talking about sound in his games in general. And one thing he says, finally, you add the explosions of sound to complete the effects of a game, then the scoring goes in. Scoring is not a trivial thing, since the way you set values on the things influences what the player will be going after, which also affects the gameplay. And he says, Phantom Slayer is very different from an arcade game in that I started out trying to set a mood, a feeling. I wanted to make something where waiting and planning and maybe even nervously worrying were involved. The sound and the shapes were crucial elements, not just a cover story. I wanted to evoke the feeling of standing and wondering if that dangerous thing was just around the corner. Should I run up quick and look? While I'm looking there, will it come up behind me? As the game began to develop through trial and error, I wanted more and more to try and make it an emotional experience. And God, did that work on me. I made the decision to try and elicit successive series involving heart-pounding anticipation, then all-out fighting involving a mix of fear and aggression, followed by unrestrained fleeing. And
it sounds like CoCo Talk.
Yeah, pretty much. And finally, a period of catching your breath while you plan the next encounter, waiting, thinking, wondering. While creating the game, I felt somewhat as if I were writing a movie. But all of that wouldn't have worked if you were just a passive victim, of course. Being armed made all the difference. Still, having excessive firepower would have ruined things in the opposite direction and made the game just into a plain shoot 'em up. So there's a lot of time spent in deciding how many shots you could get in before you had to run and recharge, how many hits a Phantom would take, and that gets quite high later on, how fast you could run and how fast they could run, all trying to make it like being in a movie. Ideally, a player would spend a lot of time in a game and at the end not have a clear idea of how much time they had spent, and that's true for me too. Phantom Slayer would not have worked in an arcade gallery. It was really meant to be played alone, preferably in the dark. And then he goes, speaking of Phantom Slayer, did you ever see a movie called The Fearless Vampire Killers? No, I have not. I don't know if anybody else in the panel has.
No.
Okay, and he says, well, I remember only the one scene where the good guys are being chased by what else? A vampire through labyrinthine hallways, not knowing if they would get too far ahead and take the wrong turn, might eventually end up facing the thing they're running from. So yes, that part went into the game. It was really a comedy horror movie starring, with one of the stars being Sharon Tate, as in the Manson family, The Infamous Murders, and it was done by Roman Polanski. So that's the movie, the feeling of the movie. That was that one scene that inspired him to do Phantom Slayer.
Interesting.
See, that guy just took 6 hits. So yeah, it starts getting more and more.
I had a similar but almost opposite experience one time. I was playing back in the days of when Doom was a brand new game. So I'm playing Doom in my bedroom of my apartment in the dark for the full effect. And then I ended up having a really weird dream about being inside a maze, being chased by things. And then I kind of woke up and started sketching out the outline for like a whole novel and stuff like that. So rather than a movie inspiring a game, I had a game to me inspire a story based on a dream I had about being in that game. So
that's a lot scarier than my friend who had a dream about Tetris pieces. Back when Tetris came on the Game Boy.
Hey, when you're in a dream and you see a bathroom, don't use it.
Brought to you by Depends.
I have never
9
seen
times out of 10 you'll actually use it.
Really?
Yeah.
I got lucky.
No, I always dream that I can't use it for some reason. It's not usable, and it's frustrating in the dream.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
I got lucky once and woke up in time. I felt I dreamed that I was in college and was about to go take a test and figured I'd better stop by the facilities in advance.
That reminds me, speaking of like urban legends and like old pranks, but I remember like being in the Boy Scouts and stuff, all the stuff they used to talk about. Oh, if you put somebody's hand in warm water, it's going to make him wet his bed in his knapsack, or when you're sleeping in the stuff, and or put shaving cream on their hand and then tickle their nose that way when they go to wipe their face, and all the stupid pranks and stuff you hear about as a kid. Has anybody tried to put their friend's hand in warm water to see if they would pee themselves while they're sleeping? Anyone? So
I did it to my brother once. I just woke him up and he got mad.
We did that at university to some guy.
No, but you can make Halloween faces on people sleeping with a marker.
Yeah, that's true.
Did that too.
I was late for a gig one day. We were supposed to be touring on the road with the band I was in, and and I hadn't woken up, and one of the guys in the band was dripping water on my face to wake me up, and that woke me up and really annoyed me. I chased him halfway down the street and we belted the crap out of him for doing it.
Wow. What was that one square where the floor was colored in with the solid color? Is that like the way out of the maze or something?
That's the Energizer square that you can teleport back to the middle, and you get a temporary top view so you can see where all the phantoms are.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of your emergency hyperspace moment if you can find the square to energize.
Yeah, I wasn't when Nick announced this game. I wasn't that thrilled because I know technologically there's a lot of cool things about this game. I'm not going to say anything bad about the game. It's just not a personal favorite of mine, and I was really wanting to play Poltergeist this week, and that was a small project getting things set up to do. And then now that I finally was able to play Poltergeist, I regret the fact that I've been wanting to play Poltergeist all week. So what a shite game that thing is. So
I want to ask people on the panel, because I know like people that are fans of Daggerath, and I'm fans of Daggerath too. Like they always said, like hearing the wizard getting louder and louder as it gets closer.
Yeah.
Would you give you anxiety and stuff too? Now, I always found, in my personal opinion, Phantom Slayer actually made me much more anxious than Daggerath ever did. Is that the same feeling that some people here that have got to play it, or is it the opposite?
I would go with that because you get more information in Daggerath about the kind of monster that's coming your way. Even with the torch out, when sometimes you run out of torches and you got to go find some more, and you're running around the maze in the dark. It still did not seem as anxiety driven as this particular game.
Okay. Anybody else?
I have not played this enough to be able to have a comparison of my own.
No, okay.
I do remember though, back in the day, I loved these corridor games and then the related room maze games. Even on the most minimal computers, you could get a really good deep experience going on. I never got to this game, but yeah, Daggerath was my fave after all the
thing I do like about Daggerath is there were certain psychological elements, like the heart pounding. Your heart almost kind of mirrored that heart because you were about as freaked out as your in-game persona was. I did like the idea of hearing the things, but Alan brings up a good point. You knew what you were going to hear. You knew what the spiders sounded like versus the blobs versus whatever. The scorpions, but you still knew they were coming, and you kind of had an idea of how far away they were by the volume. Of course, we didn't have stereo panning. That would be been kind of cool if you knew if they were, to your left or to your right. But there were certain elements of that, and I think what worked good about Daggerath was the monochrome actually suited the game well because you had the feeling of being somewhere dark because it was basically a mostly black screen, where this game here was almost too colorful for moodiness. Now, I like this palette hack here is you can give it a little bit more mood, but I almost wonder like how much more intense would Phantom Slayer be if it was monochrome like Daggerath and it was in these dark foreboding halls. Maybe do some palette hacks to where you got more black and grays and stuff. That might be interesting to try.
Is this a CoCo 2 game?
Yes.
Yeah,
16K required. Yeah. That's it. No joysticks even.
You could play with your buttons on the CoCo VGA then.
Yeah.
You can make it black and white.
Well, because it's an RGB. That black and white only works on artifact stuff. I'm not sure. I would try that. I could try that. I actually have my CoCo VGA set up.
And this does have range detection. It's just done differently than Daggerath. Like Daggerath, literally the monsters got louder as it got closer. And here you have your range detector, the 1 to 6 keys, is how many squares away before you hear a phantom. So sometimes you can be up against a dead end and you can hit 1 and it's still beeping, which means he's literally right behind that wall.
So that's,
but on the other
kind of
hand,
like a sonar feature, basically?
Yeah, it's basically a circle around you of so many squares.
Okay.
But the nice thing is, I think, honestly, stereo would ruin the game because the whole point is you don't know what direction the phantom is.
Yeah, you
can tell he's 2 squares away, but what way? Is he around that corner on the left or on the one on the right, or is he behind me? And I think that's a lot of the fear factor, and same with Daggerath, too. I don't know if those games would be better with stereo. I think it'd be a little too easy then, because you know exactly where he is then.
It would require some very complicated echo computations to make the stereo realistic yet confusing. I could see it happening, but yeah, not in a CoCo 2 game.
Yeah. That was one of the cool things I liked about some of the advancements in the Sound Blaster when they started getting to Sound Blaster Live and you started getting environmental audio where you're getting the 4-channel sound and echoes and Like you can make it sound like you're in a cathedral or things like that. So some of those advancements in the PC world were kind of cool.
Yeah, I think just in the simpler games like this, so I don't know if stereo would actually. I think would
agree.
hinder it a little bit.
I think the PC port of Dagrath did offer a stereo option, but obviously on the CoCo it'd be kind of hard to pull off.
Well, you could do it kind of with like an Orc 90.
An Orc 90 where it's just hard left or hard right. You don't have to worry about too much computation.
Explorer VR didn't really like the teleport square. He didn't want to be put back in the middle. He thought that was a dangerous place to be.
It is, because then you're literally like. I'll give a few tips on the game now. Like first of all, the Phantoms usually.
Did you do well in it, Curtis? Are you someone?
Yeah, I didn't do too bad.
Okay. Okay.
Well, the Phantoms actually, it's a randomized maze every time. So some mazes work better than others. That's one thing. If you get a really crappy maze, I just abort the game and start over. I want something a little bit easier. But basically, the Phantoms will come with a certain spawn spot, which doesn't generally change. So if you kill one, the new one relaunches in the same spot, and they automatically track you. They try to figure out the shortest route to you directly, but they don't know how to get her out of dead ends and corners. So sometimes you have to like run around to maneuver them to leave a trapped area and then come out. And depending on where you are, when you kill a Phantom, you might have one escape, wherever they're spawning from very quickly and come after you. Sometimes they get trapped, and then you have to go kind of like fish them out. So my strategy, and it sounds like Ben's is pretty well the same, is that you try to run to the top or the bottom if you have a long hallway, because you always have a very long hallway on the top and the bottom, and preferably one that has a parallel hallway, like just a couple squares in, that's also very long, so you can do a circular track. If you watch the video of me playing, you'll see me using that technique. And then you also want a couple of really long hallways that do go up the middle. So if you want to try to fish them out, you can run down that hallway to lure them to the center point where they can, get out of wherever they're trapped by their spawn spot and come after you. And then you can kind of like fish. I call it fishing. You go fish them back out, and then you lure one out, and then you run around in the circular pattern when it's taking 30, 40 hits to kill them. And then you lure another one out. Now, in my case, I died because a second one came out of the trapped area at the same time. I must have been just in the wrong spot when I killed the previous Phantom. So two of them got out after me, and I, stupidly died. But that'd be my main thing. So the Energizer Square, for me, it's like an emergency. It's like an asteroid where you hit hyperspace, where you don't know if you're just going to land an asteroid and die. It's just like a last resort. And there's other few tricks too. Like you can get, if you start shooting at the Phantom when he's at his furthest distance that you can literally see him down the hallway, you can get 3 shots in on the level 1 speed. Now, if you play the higher speed modes, you get less shots. So it's much, much harder. But you also, if you're running backwards, if you fire and hit when he's at the farthest distance, and then back up 1 square, fire and hit, back up 1 square, fire and hit, then you can get a shot every single square he moves. If you stand in one spot, you can only get 3 in for the 6 squares you can see. So that technique, actually, you can get more shots in. So that helps a lot too. Oh, Ben says he thought of it as fishing too. That's funny. Yeah, so same.
Interesting concept. Yeah. Another term they use sometimes when you can keep killing stuff, they call that farming, right? When you can farm something because they can keep killing things, they would use that reference in the Shock Trooper, like farming the robots that kept coming back up. Yeah.
Yeah.
It definitely does get more difficult though, because when the Phantoms start taking 20, 30, 40 hits to kill.
Holy crap.
then you have, even if you're trying to run the maze in a circular pattern, if one of the other ones escapes there and you got 2 of them and they start coming at you at different angles, because they'll take a shortcut down a hallway if you're trying to switch to the second parallel hallway. So sometimes you'll be waiting for it to come in the distance and it doesn't because it's snuck down the hallway. Now it's trying to sneak up behind you type thing. So a lot of cool techniques to get into. Like I said, this was the first third-party game I ever bought. In fact, this was the first game that I even realized there was a third-party software market for the CoCo at all. So I played the living bejesus out of that first summer because I bought it during summer holidays, and I played this game probably like 8 hours a day for like 2 months straight, and that's where I got my score from. So
that's cool.
Yeah. Are the shots accumulative? Meaning, like if you take a shot at one and you turn and run away, and then you come back and you shoot it again, does that count as the second, or only consecutive shots?
No, if you start shooting at 2 different Phantoms, it keeps track of how many shots to kill each one separately.
Each one, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, Nick, if you want to switch to my video, just put it, in the last, 5 minutes or something. You can show how long it takes to shoot Phantom, and also show that circular technique.
Oh, I'm doing the volume, not the.
So now you're just backing down a long hallway.
Yeah.
So
And
you're
now I've hit the
leading
end
them.
of the hallway, so I'm getting my 3 shots in. And then I'm going to run down, wait for him to come around the corner. Or he sneaks down the hallway. In that case, he snuck down the side hallway because I waited. There's a lot of timing, too. If you want to lure him, you have to wait till he's past the turn square where he could go down the alternate hallway. If you go too fast, he'll go down the other hallway instead. So you have to like do your timing based on the beeps of your proximity detector, as it's called. But basically, in this case here, you just keep zipping down. You get a couple shots, and you run down the other hallway. And I got lucky on this particular maze here because the hallway chunks where you go between the 2 parallel hallways is actually fairly long, where he can't turn. So it's pretty easy to get the timing down right. But if you have hallways, every 2 square breaks or something, then it's much harder. But this is still me shooting the same Phantom over and over again, so you can see how many shots this is taking.
You're flanking him. You're going around and around and around, and you're flanking him from different sides.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I do in modern games. Like when you're running around trying to take somebody out, you kind of strafe around in a circle, and you keep getting them from different sides where you're shooting them from behind and where they're not necessarily facing you. That's a cool strategy.
Okay, now to answer a couple questions a couple comments in the chat.
Let's put this to a vote. John Lowry would like to be admitted. All in favor?
Oh, sure.
He just has to enter the password.
No, he's ready to be admitted. So my co-hosts are not doing their job right now. So
I'm ready to be admitted too. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
So Frodo mentions, he said, the one game that gave me jump scares back in the day, of course, never had a CoCo, was 3D Monster Maze in Sinclair, which we've got a port to the CoCo now on cartridge. Where it says footsteps approaching, once again, it gives you a visual rather than an audio cue that, it's getting close, but you have no idea what direction it is. So same type of thing. Ben Drake says a good point about the stereo. Part of the fear is not knowing the direction when you hear the beeps. You have to work it out quickly by changing your position to see if it stops, and also you just keep changing the proximity detection range so you can tell. If I'm hearing it at 2 beeps, if I step this one direction, I hit the 1 key, do I still hear the beep? Okay, he's right through that wall. No, I guess he's around a corner somewhere, so I'm not quite sure where he is, type thing. Ken says 40 hits. When does it go from fun to tedious? To be honest, at that point, the fear factor is getting enough that it wasn't tedious at all. Like I said, I totally lose track of time. The game that you guys are showing here, I think this took me all told just a hair under 2 hours to play.
Wow.
And I did not notice how much time was going because I was planning on working on Gem Quest, for Nitrous 9 at some point. I got too involved in the game. It's like, oh, it's 10 o'clock at night already. I guess I'm done now.
That's cool.
AC's 8-Bit Zone says it appears the first place winner in the magazine for Phantom Slayer grew up a few miles from me. I didn't know him, though, just recognized the town, Glade Spring, Virginia.
Ah.
That's cool. Please shoot him. I don't want any competition. So,
you can pull a Tanya Harding on him, just whack him in the back of the hamstring. So
Ben says it seems like as the game goes on, they become smarter and are more likely to split up and trap you. I think there is some truth to that. I think Ken programmed, I haven't checked the code or not to be sure of this, but I think like if it starts detecting that you're getting into this loop thing like I'm doing here where I'm constantly doing the same thing and I'm just mowing them down even though it takes 40 hits a chunk, I think it sometimes throws in a bit of extra randomness to break them out of the patterns. And that's what killed me on my game back then. I still remember that game because right as I was playing in a dark room in the basement, we had our old 30-inch wooden cabinet TV on the floor. And it was in the basement, so it was like dead dark. I had the volume cranked. I was just right in the game. That game took me 3 hours. But right as I was turning a corner and they just had broken the pattern, so all of a sudden that my setup route I was using did not work. My dad and my brother walked into the basement room and I had the door closed right as I died. And I literally screamed and fell off my chair.
Wow.
And my brother started laughing. My dad goes, "What the hell's wrong with you?" Type of thing. I didn't understand video games, but I was just shocked at that point.
That is a severe behavioral disorder, son.
Yeah.
That's right. Hit the
You're
wrong
going to be
button.
institutionalized now.
Yeah.
Are we ready for a big surprise?
Are we done talking about Phantom Slayer?
I don't know.
Unless
Go
anybody
ahead.
else has got any stories or tips there, I think Ben and I seem to have the same viewpoint on tips and stuff. So
I don't have much to say because I didn't do very well, so I'm just.
Good morning, Strick Yak. How are you? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Phantom Slayer was a good game. We had a good turnout, right? 20 people, not bad.
Yeah, thank you guys.
And so
a good Halloween theme game. It was a good pick.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
yes.
It's definitely scary.
And so I
All
believe
right.
Nick is now anxious and biting and chomping at the bit here to show us what the game of next week is going to be.
I messed up and showed a little preview, but the game next week will be...
Hello, scripts it.
What is this shite?
This is a new game that has just been released by Nick Marentes. And Stevie, I'm going to stop sharing and you can go ahead and roll the video.
Roll the video. All right.
Oh.
Nick, did you want Nick Marentes? Did you want to do a quick intro before the video, or?
I'll do a well. I can do a quick intro. So okay, hang on. Let me organise myself.
We don't have all day.
CoCo
Come on.
great again.
So not again.
Still.
Okay. So are you seeing anything there?
Yeah, we're seeing the pipes by Nicolas Marentes.
I decided I've now officially released my new game Pipes, which I had announced I was going to release it in November. Then I thought, well, today is November the 1st here in Australia, so we're about 12 hours ahead of you anyway. So I thought, oh, what the hell? Yeah, let's make it coincide with the show. So I've now made it available now, and that's the game. So we will talk about it. I have a web page up that explains it all, and there's a little promo video on there. So I think Steve's gonna
it's
play
playing
that
right now. Yeah.
It is.
Costs $1 million.
Oh, so it is playing. Okay. Where will I try get my screen back so I can see what the hell you guys are looking at?
We're looking at this crappy looking game here.
Okay, yeah, I just can't. For some reason, I can't see the video.
Because because I'm not sharing my screen right now. That's probably why. Because Nick Marotta.
Okay, yeah.
Let's do that real quick. Stop participants sharing. Okay, hold on a second. I need to share. I need to share my screen. Hold on one second here. All right, now I need to go back to the YouTube video, and I can kind of rewind it here, I guess. All right, can you see it now?
Okay, so that's Pipes, and the video is very similar to the video I played a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, well, I'll just talk over it for now. But the game's finished. It's a fun game. I mean, I'm not a big fan of these sort of games. The games that require a bit of thinking. I just like, give me a gun and I'll shoot you type thing. And so this was a bit of a change for me. Plus the fact I wanted to try do a game that actually had, decent or something semi-decent background music, which this game does have. And this is on a CoCo 1 and 2. So Pipes works. I think you're trying to get the sound come through, but it's not coming through very well. This game is designed for CoCo 1, 2, 3, and a dragon with a minimum of 16K. So it doesn't use any CoCo 3 features. It is a CoCo 1 and 2 game, and it's been designed to work in as little as a 16K, just like the good old days.
Phantom Slayer.
Like Phantom Slayer, that's right. So this is, I guess, my second CoCo 1 and 2 venture into the CoCo 1 and 2 world. And after this, I'll be going back to CoCo 3. But I wanted something colorful again. I wanted something with background music. And that's it. It's finished, ready to go, available now for $8 as a digital download. And that's whereby on the website, when you choose that option, it'll send me a message and I will email you the file in a DSK format, which you can use in a CoCo SDC or transfer it to a real floppy. I also do supply a bin file and a CAS file and a WAV file. So for anyone who wants to make their own retro cassette of the game, they can just take that with the WAV file or CAS file, depending on what utilities you have, and make your own cassette and relive the glory days of
Where's
tape.
the finish line? Where are you supposed to direct the water to? To that gate up the top?
The game itself, okay, you always start at that yellow colored block. And it doesn't. The water doesn't flow straight away. There's a red timer. You'll see it when when this water here finishes. There's a red timer at the bottom of the screen, and the water won't flow until that timer counts down. So you've got a minute or so to quickly lay out a pipeline before the water starts to flow, and then it flows. And in the earlier rounds, I think the first 9 levels, you just have to make the pipeline as long as you can. After that, then there's another block that appears, and you have to end the pipeline at that block.
Okay, so there will be a finish line somewhere.
There is a finish line later, so that starts to make the game harder because you are trying to make a pipeline to a destination. Whereas up till that point, it's just a matter of making it as long as you can. And there is a minimum. There is a minimum. There is a minimum in the top left area. The cyan colored countdown that you're seeing there, that's basically measuring how far the water flows. So it's counting down. When it reaches 0, that's the minimum. In other words, you've done the minimum required. So wherever the water ends, as long as that's reached 0, you complete that level. But you don't have to finish it there. You can say, keep going for as long as you can, because the longer it flows, the more points that come in. And when you finally just reach the end, or you can't do any more, or don't want to do any more, you can just let it go by itself. And as a bonus, if you press spacebar in the game, it'll speed up the water. The water will go faster, and the music will go faster, and then the points double. So the points that you get for every section the water travels is double now. So obviously, the quicker you can switch to that fast mode, the more points you will get. But of course, when the water's flowing so quick, it makes it harder to quickly get pipes into position, because the pipe pieces that are appearing in the top of the screen, they're random. So you're not going to get it in the order you want. So sometimes you'll get a piece, and it may not be the piece that you directly want, but it might be something that you could maybe plan ahead for, and maybe place it somewhere else on the maze, and then basically plan ahead to make the pipeline reach that point. So you're sort of thinking ahead about the pipeline that you're going to make, while trying to keep the main.
How do you
pipeline.
Erase the piece like you're doing there?
You just go on top. So if another piece and you want to replace a piece, like it did.
Okay, so you just place a different piece on the same spot.
You just place it, but there is a bit of a delay in doing that. So there's a bit of a time penalty, and there is 100. I think it's 100 points or 50 or whatever get deducted. So you lose points as well if you do that. So obviously it's better to try get it right the first time to keep the points up.
Oh, this is cool.
This is the high score.
Yeah, that's neat. That's a neat way of doing it.
Yeah, the whole game uses an analog joystick. So a Black Beauty, or a Deluxe in free floating mode, and it's best with the Radio Shack mouse, actually, because it's essentially an analog joystick, and so you can use the mouse, and it plays quite well with that. So
or trackball if you have one.
Or trackball, yeah, that's right, if you have one. And on the high score page there, you might want to rewind so we can just go back. Still, since we're still talking, you just move your joystick around the outer area to pick your letters. And in the center, you can go backspace or forward, or just the down arrow means register, and it enters that name in there.
Yeah, so, and there's different puzzle pieces. Like you get some squares that you can't go through.
Yeah.
And you get one-way squares.
What is the one with the red flashing?
Yeah,
that's a one-way.
That's the one way. The water can go through that, but it has to go in the one direction, like I'm doing there now.
Okay.
If you go in from the other end, bang, that's the water ends there, and depending on whether you've reached the minimum level.
That's my favorite boy band too, One Direction, just so you know.
and there's cross pieces.
There's cross pieces. I just went through a cross piece. So I went through once, and now the water's going to loop. I've made it so the water loops back, and it'll go back through the cross piece. And when you do that, you get 1,000. I think it's 1,000. I forget what the scoring was, but that gives you extra
500,
points.
it looks like.
500.
Yeah, 500. If you pass the water in the cross piece twice like that, you get the extra points. So there's a couple of extras. At the end of the level, the pipes that you didn't use, as you saw there, they get deleted. That little red, they get erased. And for every pipe piece that you didn't use, it deducts points there as well. So again, don't have too many wasted pieces on the screen. The more wasted pieces, you lose 100 points each time, or for each wasted piece. So yeah, there's a few strategies there. The game's based on the game that originally came out on the Commodore Amiga called Pipe Mania. So it's got most of the features of that game. I think the original game had a few extra things in there as well, but
it needed more than 16K. So
well, I was trying to cram it in, and I only had a certain amount of space and all that. Anyway, I figured, well, this is pretty good. It's good enough. So yeah, so it's not an action game, give me a laser and I'll kill you type thing. It's you sit there, it's a bit of thinking and trying to get the pipeline as long as you can. It can get tense because sometimes the water is closing in and you haven't got a connection. It'll overflow, and then at the last minute or last few minutes, seconds, it'll suddenly the right piece will appear, and you're quickly trying to extend the pipeline before the water flows. It does get pretty exciting at times. So anyway, I thought it was a pretty good game, even though I'm not really a puzzle type guy.
I had not seen the official game of that, like the Pipe Mania, but that style game is actually a mini game that's in a series of games called BioShock, where you have to sometimes pick a lock or hack a machine, and so you have to end up doing that puzzle. But there is a finish line you have to reach, so you end up having the straight pieces and the curved pieces, and you've got so much time to create the path to the finish line before it runs out in order to pick the lock or hack the system and stuff. So I'd seen that as kind of a mini game before, and it's cool. It is a really cool
the game
concept.
Pipe Mania has been converted to so many computers. It's out there on everything nowadays. So now the CoCo's got one.
Right? In the 1970s, there was an actual tabletop board game called Waterworks that was like this, where you had to lay out pipes between a start and an end point, and you had little wrenches that you could turn valves and stuff. So that's what this reminded me of.
So it's been around a while. So I just thought, well, the CoCo hasn't got, well, not that I was aware of, this type of game. So, and I saw it being a game that wasn't too taxing on the CoCo, and but that allowed me left me enough CPU time to try do the background music, or background sounds.
You've got 2-channel music playing consistently through the game.
There's 2-channel, so it's 2-channel music. Well, it's sort of music. The main theme is more of a rhythm that goes on, because I'm not a big fan of background music. After a while, if it keeps repeating, I just get bored of it. So I went for a little rhythm. I don't know, there was no sound on this video, but when you play it, as the water is flowing, you get a bit of a background musically type.
And you get audio cues during the game too, like once you run out of time.
Oh yeah, you get all
the music
cues.
changes and picks up pace, and
there's a couple of little novel tunes in there.
Now, one thing you should explain too, like you mentioned the $8 digital download, which you will send out as soon as you get the order. But you should mention the CD version and the bonus.
There is a CD. Stuff. That's right. So now the CD is like I've done in the past. So it's for the Pipes game. But I decided this time I'll make it a little bit different, because I never released a CD for the Rally SG. I only made that as a little simple $5 download. So I thought, well, let's do a 2-in-1 pack. Let's make the CoCo greater. So let's make a dual pack. So when you get the CD, you get it combines the Pipes game and the Rally SG. But with the Rally SG, I've also added a level editor or a map editor. So you can actually modify the the maps that were in Rally SG. And the map editor that's on there, I've made four new tracks already with it, and there's still room to make more track files. So that Rally SG, when it runs now, it asks you, do you want to use the default maps, or do you want to load one of your custom maps? So that's an extra, I guess, in Rally SG. And as well, I thought, well, there's so much damn space on that CD. What can I throw on there? what alleged bonuses can I throw on there? So I realized, well, this is a CoCo 1 and 2 game. Oh, well, it's specifically for every CoCo, but it's CoCo 1 and 2. So I thought, why don't I just throw in a few games, all of my CoCo 1 and 2 games that I've written in the past. And I put my original Donut Dilemma, and when I say original, I mean the original one, the one that actually was sold by Tandy Australia here in their stores, that had the old PAL artifacted extra colors. So, which I don't know if I've actually had that available anywhere else. So I put that in there as well, and also my original, very first CoCo 2 game that I ever wrote, which was also a semi-graphics game, Neutroid 2, in its original format, that was done way back in '84, as well as the updated version of Neutroid, the Neutroid 2.015, which fixed Neutroid to work properly on a CoCo 3, and also I threw in Clutching for Straws. I decided to also throw in my game Waterfall, which was that little quick one week job that I did, I think last year it was. And it's a game written in BASIC with some machine language, so it's a hybrid, and it also supported the Tandy speech and sound cartridge, if you have that. So that was just something I wanted to do at the time. I thought I will just throw that on as well. So many alleged bonuses, all on the CD, which I've got at a bit more reduced price to the previous ones. I've got it for $18. Mm-hmm. So for $18, you get the CD. It gets manufactured by a company called Kunaki in the US, who'll do a pretty good job of making the CD with the color packaging and shrink wrap it and send it to you. They've been pretty reliable for my past CD purchases. So you'll get the CD, depending on where you are, how long it'll take to come. If you're in the US, within a week, you get it delivered. If you're overseas, especially in this COVID climate we're in at the moment, I don't know. That's up to the postal service.
But for the purposes of GameON, you will send out the digital copy right away.
But so. Yeah, and I've made it clear on the website, anyone who's buying the CD, I still do send out the digital copy of Pipes to that person straight away as well. So you're not there waiting a week or whatever for the CD to come. The CD will come, and you can, when it arrives, you can put it up on your mantelpiece and say, "Gee, look what that great Nick Morenni from Down Under did." Yeah. Make a bit of a Nick Morenni shrine at home. But while you're waiting for that, you at least get the Pipes game to start playing straight away.
We got word from Frodo that the shipping to the Netherlands is reasonable.
Is it? Okay, that's good. I do know of one package that took 3 months to deliver to Spain. When I did Gunstar, 3 months. That was during the COVID.
Yeah, that
thing.
was the hype.
Yeah, that was the hype. I thought it was lost, and then suddenly it appeared 3 months later. So yeah, it all depends on the post. But that was Spain, and that was when Spain was in the middle of their COVID thing, which is, I think, from what I hear now, things are going back that way. So.
Yep.
But in the US, because the CDs are made in the US and distributed, any CDs in the US, they seem to be okay. So
just for the purposes of my OSCD, that's going to be the game of the week. And thank you guys for taking part this week. And we'll see you next week. And I'm not cutting off the segment. I'm just closing off mine.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you, Stevie.
Thank you, Nick. Big fan.
I also want to mention for the Dragon viewers out there, the CD version of this is coming with PAL versions of all of Nick's old games too. including the 6 color artifacting, because artifacting is done totally different on PAL than NTSC.
Yeah,
so
well,
you'll actually get a version of Donut Dilemma that looks better than the CoCo 2 version does.
Well, it depends on your screen, because that PAL artifacting worked back then in the 80s. So this was the 80s when I did all this, and back then we only had, you know, a color TV set. So I think I said it last time, the worse the TV, the better the artifacting. So it worked really good back then. And I think I've got some photos I took. It's on the website to show the extra red and blue. They're quite clean. But on a modern TV, you know, a lot of us have LCD screens and all that. They may not appear as well. The colors probably won't blur together so well. But even so, all you'll get is it'll look a bit more psychedelic-y, stripy in the background. I mean, it's still playable, but you know, it just depends on what you've been smoking beforehand. But it's all right anyway. But that was the version that was sold in Australia way back in '87. Yeah. So that was the original, and yeah. What else? I think there was one other thing I wanted to mention, and now I forgot. So there you go.
Yeah, keep the CoCo great again. That's what you're going to say, wasn't it?
No, I'm not going to talk about that.
No, one thing I would like to see, like not as part of the GameON at this point here, but I would like to see what kind of tracks you guys come up with the Rally SG editor.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool.
Create your own. And maybe we can do a feature on that at some point as an extra GameON bonus segment or something.
I've actually supplied 4 that I made. One of them is I've designed to look like a Pac-Man screen. Actually, I've designed
cool.
the roadmaps to look very, very similar to Pac-Man. So you're running around a Pac-Man layout. So yeah, I think there's another one. I had the word CoCo in the maze. So you're running around the letters CoCo. So you can do whatever you want. Anyway, it's just a bit of fun. It's just a little program I threw on there as well. So. Alleged bonuses.
Alleged bonus. That's right.
But wait, there's more.
And that's about it. And so the site is up. The program's ready. And yeah,
I posted the link to it in the chat there. I don't know, Steve, if you wanted to show it briefly on screen or not, or
the link to the Nick Marenti's website.
Yeah, the order site for pipes, basically.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Let me bring it over here. That's just nickmarentis.com, right?
The link's in the YouTube chat there if you want to just click it on there.
I don't know if there's anything you want to show from the website at all. I don't think. Well, that's the website now. I do mention it. That's what I wanted to say. If you have a dragon, now I don't have a dragon, so I'm sort of writing this blind. But from my experience with Rally SG, anything should still work on a dragon as long as the keys are mapped to correctly for both. Which it should be fine, but and it plays fine on a dragon, bearing in mind that a dragon being like here in Australia, 50 hertz. So it's slightly slower because of that. I mean, they're 50 hertz as opposed to 60 hertz, and it does work in XRAW. That's the only way I can actually verify that it all works correctly on a dragon. So it works on a normal Dragon 32. It also does work on a Dragon 64 from Tano in the US, but in the UK, the 64K Dragons had a hardware issue which prevents the sound from playing correctly. That's a hardware problem, which apparently there is a modification to the UK Dragon 64s to fix that. That's just some quirk that they did in the hardware design that wrecked the way the horizontal sync interrupts worked on that machine. But if you have a Dragon 32 or a Tano Dragon 64 or a modified UK Dragon 64, then it works exactly the same as it does on a CoCo 1 and 2.
The Dragon 64, from what I understand, it'll play the same, but the music will get choppy.
It all plays. The game plays exactly the same. The music is getting stuttered a bit because of the way the interrupts are on that machine. So there's nothing I can do about that to get around that. And that's the sales page. It's got, yeah. You can even get pictures of the CD. Actually, if you click in that's it. So the back cover, the spine, and the instruction booklet or leaflet, and the CD itself. Two labels on the CD.
Oh yeah,
2 in 1.
Very pro looking.
Well, that's the perception, yeah.
From the same ordering page, they can get their copies of Popstar and Gunstar.
Well, yeah, you can get it. I find it's only a very basic sort of website, but I find it reliable, easy to use. Yeah, it's been good. And on my website, there's a click to the promo video there, so you can relive the exciting experiences of watching pipes.
Absolutely.
Making the CoCo great again.
Hey, I got a question for you, Nick.
Okay.
When you were programming this thing, do you get any kind of feedback from your younger self and how you used to do it? Or do you think it's a little bit harder to do now because you're older? Or does it just come to you?
Not really. The way I'm programming today is pretty well the same way I was programming back in the 80s. I am so old school and so set in my ways. There are better, easier ways of doing things nowadays. But I'm so used to that. So when you're on a good thing, stick to it. So I just do the same old thing. I use the old EdTasm. I'll do it on a real CoCo. I don't have any fancy tools or nothing. So I just do it the hard way. And because that's all I know. So it's worked for me this long. So I figured why change?
Yeah, it's a discussion we've had before. Like for different people, retro means different things. Like some people want the modern tools so they can do stuff really quick and easier and stuff, and then others want that old feeling back from the '80s. And Nick's one of those.
Yeah.
And I'm probably closer to the Nick camp than the modern camp myself, though I do use some modern tools.
Now there is one new model tool by Sheldon McDonald coming out, which we can talk about later in the news. That shows a new environment for assembly programming, which is very similar to what I'm doing on the CoCo. So we'll talk about that later. So you never know. I might, for my next game, I might switch across to that. Who knows? But the thing is, I do like using a real CoCo. Now, if it's not that CoCo clacky keyboard, if it's the fact that it takes a bit longer to save and load and all that, I mean, for a lot of people, they don't like that. The CoCo's too slow. Well, for me, that's the CoCo. That's the CoCo experience. So I just cop it in the head, and I say thank you. If I use anything else, I think, well, what am I doing CoCo stuff? This computer can do a lot better than that. So I just stick to the CoCo.
All right.
Old school, dim-witted, keep off my lawn.
Did you say you're dimwit?
Pretty much.
On the other hand,
all right, I'm over. I'm done.
All right, what was that, James?
On the other hand, why mess with success?
Why mess with success? Good point. And when it comes to success, I can't think of anybody who's squeezed more shite out this year than Nicholas Marente. So he's been quite successful.
I am the master shitester.
All right, I gotta go get the
There might be
Lysol
one
now.
other person.
Yeah, the pipes have to do with the amount of sewage that's been coming out of Australia this past year.
That's
just
horseshit.
There may be one other guy that's just as productive.
And who's that, Ron?
His name is Jerry.
Jerry?
Oh yeah, the MC10 man.
Oh yeah, Jim Gary. He's absolutely.
Pretty
Yeah. Good job, Nick. Another Ferrari in Nick's garage. So,
Shoebox, not garage.
Shoebox.
All right, we're going to take a brief commercial break, and then we'll come back with L. Curtis Boyle's favorite part of the show, where he gets to do
nap time.
News.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And Michael Frank. By the way, we've been joined by John Lowry. Hey, John Lowry, how you doing? You're muted.
Still muted?
Yeah, we'll just take your time, John. There you go.
Hey guys, how you doing? Took the day off and I got a party to go to tonight. So I took the day off, which is why I'm available to be part of the show.
Good to see.
But yeah, it's been a while since I've been on due to my work schedule, but hopefully that'll change in about a month, and I'll be able to be a lot more regular. But
right.
Glad to see everybody.
Well, Nick Morenti's pipes might help you become more regular. So
I just bought it. I already bought
it. All right, excellent. Well, welcome. And I guess you're now streaming from your new home.
I am. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I've been here about 4 months now.
All right, congratulations.
Have you got a whole CoCo area already set up and ready to go, or?
Not really. No. The city, they kind of get on your rear if you don't do certain things to the exterior of the home to kind of keep it up. And so I redid the garage, and I've been doing some stuff outside, fixing parts of the roof that need to be fixed, and getting that stuff kind of taken care of. And I've left all the inside stuff for like winter projects, so I'll be getting that together over the winter.
Okay, cool. Well, welcome. Good to see you again. All right, we're gonna do a commercial. I'm feeling Coco Do, so we're gonna take a Coco Do break. Speaking of pipes, we're going to put some dew in the pipes, and then we'll be back after that with some news from L. Curtis Boyle. Thank you, everyone.
CoCo Talk will return after these messages.
CoCo 2, c'est le coq champion, des micros et donne le pion. Pour le jeu, il est pas battable, les études, c'est pas disable. L'expansion, il envoie ça, les commandes, tu vas voir ça. Notre CoCo est programmable, pour tes cours, c'est bien serviable. CoCo 2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac.
Un ordinateur couleur qui a de la personnalité. Le CoCo 2 de Radio Shack. On solde pour Noël à partir de 149,95.
CoCo 2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac. C'est toi et CoCo 2.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. If you're using your color computer in Quebec and it stops working, is it now a CoCo won't do?
Hi, Ron Delvaux, Timberman, Coco Fest, CoCoTALK.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
Hey, have you got your CoCo 3 yet? Hi, this is Rick Adams, author of Temple of Ram and Shanghai, and you've tuned into CoCoTALK, the nation's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer.
What's going on, everybody? Original Gamer Stevie Stroh here, and if you're a fan of vintage computing and retro gaming, then you're going to love our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. There you will find custom designs by Instagram artist Joel M. Adams. You can get I'm a Coconut, CoCoTALK, and other cool video game images on a t-shirt, coffee mug, or mouse pad. So if you love retro, then head on over to the retro swag shop at 8bit256.com today. Tell them the Original Gamer Stevie Stroh sent you.
Radio Shack's store-wide manager's red tag sale is on now. We've slashed prices 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%. Save on famous Radio Shack hi-fi, car stereo, radios, toys, TV games, calculators, walkie-talkies, and CB radios. Look for the big red tag. Save like never before on these and literally hundreds of red tag specials. Hurry into Radio Shack today.
Hi, this is Randy Kindig of the Floppy Days podcast. I just love me some CoCo, and nobody covers it better than Steve Strobridge. You're listening to CoCo Talk.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash. All right, it's Michael Furman's favorite part of the show, Snoozy Newsy. Take it away, L. Curtis Boyle.
Okay, I'm going to go to the GameON news since we kind of just finished that segment. So that'll be the first one. I've got the right screen here. Oh, share computer sound. Hey, you guys seeing that?
Yep.
Yep. And it says, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, Avram Berman. So anyway, he posted up a pretty interesting question here, and he says, I don't know if this question has been asked before, but what CoCo game would you most like to see a sequel to? And we've had a few sequels in the past. I mean, we've had stuff like Castle of Theragood, which is supposedly a sequel to Dungeons of Daggerath. It's not a very good one. We've also had stuff like Cave Hunter, which is kind of an unofficial sequel to Downland, which actually isn't too bad of a game. And there was some, discussions going back and forth of what games I'd like to see sequels to. And I was wondering for people on the panel here, is there a certain game on the CoCo that does not have a sequel now that you really wish would happen? I know there's a few in development too, like Paul Thayer's working on Downland 2 as another alternative to Cave Hunter. But what's the opinion of the game players in the panel here?
Neo's got a loud opinion.
Poltergeist.
You want a sequel to Poltergeist?
Digger 3. I'm waiting for Digger 4. Come on, chat.
Nah, that's it. That's officially never happening.
dig a hole.
I know there's a few here, like Erico mentioned, like Shock Trooper, Time Man, and Pegasus.
Dig a what? Dig a please.
Dig away.
Like Time Bandit actually has been expanded on other platforms, like the Amiga, DOS, and Atari ST have had expanded versions of it, so that maybe somebody could backport that to the CoCo 3 or something.
Tim Franklin says buzzard bait.
There
buzzard bait 2, flap harder.
Well, there is a Joust 2 arcade game too, so I mean that could be ported too. And we don't have a CoCo 3 version of Joust of any sort. So.
You know what somebody asked? I think it was Michael Pitsley had asked. Did anybody remember if there was a Donkey Kong 3 clone ported to the CoCo? I don't remember there being a Donkey Kong 3. Or do you even remember a game where you had to spray insects?
That was Donkey Kong 3.
Right, but I mean, was there any insect spraying game on the CoCo that anybody can recall?
Not Thexter. Clendathu, you kind of...
Yeah,
the little fire thing.
The only one that I kind of thought of was like Pedro, where you were trying to do protect the garden from the ants and stuff that were trying to eat your crops or something, so...
I would be into a kind of fractal version of Daggerath. Instead of outlines. CoCo 3 could do that really nicely.
Okay.
Suitable brown tones.
Talking about like more polygonal?
Yeah. Colors and fractals, and you could,
I was noticing that the guy in the middle of the screen, not going to try and pronounce his name, would like to see a Zaxxon sequel. There was.
Oh, Z89. Right?
Z89.
Right.
Actually, another one of yours, Steve, Ken mentioned here too, was Gone Abuana, because you actually did have that little hidden bit in the credits, promoting a possibility of a part 2, and then Tandy didn't agree with you on.
Yeah, it was also limited amount of time to do stuff. As I said, they came to me with a lot of ideas of things they'd like me to have do, but I chose things that I know I could get done quickly and move on and stuff like that. And that's the reason why I did Arkanoid and Rampage. There's a couple others like that. Super Pitfall actually took the longest of those 3. But yeah, there were some things that they wanted me to do, and I said no. And we just never came back to Gone Abuana 2 because been there, done that. I didn't really see much need to expand that one.
Okay. A couple of interesting suggestions I saw on the chatter about it on the CoCo Facebook group here. Dave Helka mentioned Gantlet with multi-user over the internet. Now that we're actually getting some internet-based multiplayer games under development by Brett Gordon and a few others, that would be that would be a fun one. Another one, Zeox Gamazoa, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. He said he loves Tetris, doesn't like Tetris 2, so give me Dr. Mario. And if I remember correctly, wasn't John Strong working on a Dr. Mario clone?
Yeah, John Strong is working on something like that, yeah.
So for Zeox there, keep your eyes peeled. I know John's been really busy with other stuff lately, but he did have one. He's actually demoed it on the show about, a year or two ago? What progress he had made so far. So that one is actually in the works. Temple of Rom, there's a Temple of Rom 2.
I think he called it Dr. Coco.
Yeah, something like that.
Right.
There's a Temple of Rom 2 with expanded mazes that Rick has already released. I don't know if he's planning on doing a full-blown CoCo 3. And I guess that's one other question, too. Like sequels, are we talking a true sequel to the game where the gameplay changes, or are we talking like maybe a CoCo 3 version of a great CoCo 2 game that we never saw enhanced graphics, enhanced sound for? It could apply.
Yes,
sure.
all of the above.
All the above.
The CoCo 3 defense.
Yeah, I would love to see something like Polaris done on CoCo 3 with real palette hacking and stuff. Real palettes instead of just the 4-color.
And explosions like Xenix has.
Yeah, Xenix type explosions that are pulsating through palette animations and stuff. That would be kind of cool.
I'm with Rick on the Dungeons of Daggerath for CoCo 3 that has the hidden line correct and doesn't have to be limited to 8K, that kind of thing, but not where they went with Theragod.
Yeah.
Right. An 8 meg maze.
Yeah, maybe they'll bundle it with the 8 meg RAM upgrades coming out.
Well, William Astle has kind of fixed Daggerath, and there is a version you can get that is more corrected. It does require 32K on disk.
Yeah, he fixed a couple of the bugs, like a couple of tables weren't quite operating correctly, and
the shield. Yeah.
So it was astalized.
Yeah. So we have some in our live chat now too. Buzzard Bait, Arkanoid 2, Sands of Egypt, Canyon Climber 2, Get Your Goat, or a Daggerath in a 640 by 192 mode. So just a higher,
almost vector looking,
vector looking version of Daggerath. That would be interesting. Yeah, Temple of EEPROM.
That's good. There were people talking about porting Daggerath to the Vectrex, which would be a vector version as well.
That would work.
Where does anyone know where that corrected version of Daggerath is at? Is it in the archive?
It is in the archive. It's the Shield Fix version. Just look for that.
If not, you could reach out to William Astle on Discord too.
It might even be on William's site, I think, too, if I remember correctly.
Didn't the guy who wrote Daggerath, didn't he, I remember reading somewhere, he had a planned sequel that was maybe set in space or something, right? It was like
he did.
Yeah, that would be really cool to see whatever he had planned to do from that perspective.
Hey, is there any games that were started and not finished? You know that one, what was that one game that was like Millennium something?
Yeah, that was a CoCo 3 game from Australia that never got finished. And I mean, there's some other games too that got cut down, especially being sold through Tandy because they wanted to fit it on a certain size ROM. Like the original Downland actually had extra stuff when it was still 9K, and then Michael had to cut it down to fit in 8K, and he had to take a lot of stuff out. And I think if I remember correctly, Daggerath too, Douglas Morgan, when they interviewed him, he'd mentioned that it was too big at first, and it had some extra features that had to be removed. So I'd love to see some of the originals now that, that limit's no longer there. I don't know if that's considered a sequel or not. But.
Didn't Rick say he had to cut stuff out of Shanghai, like the dragon at the end or something,
because
he couldn't get it to fit? Yeah.
Tim Franklin asks, how can you have dragons in space? All I have to say to that is play Draconian.
Alien.
I like the idea of the mind of Daggerath with a whole different engine in space instead of corridors. Could have been something.
Or should I say Alan?
Yeah, I mean, if you think of the first Alien movie, it was somewhat labyrinthine, where they were just on the ship, nothing but hallways, and there was just one thing silently stalking each person, and that's what made that movie so suspenseful, was the eerie atmosphere and the kind of like going back to Phantom Slayer, not exactly knowing where your enemy was, So
yeah.
Well, how many times
Ken Reichert says Predator 2. Really?
Actually, that's not a bad idea. A proper Predator that plays well would not be a bad idea. No offense to Greg, I know that's his favorite game he wrote, but
I don't know why they don't do a new CoCo game of Alien and have the chest burster as the start of the game.
Interesting, right?
Well,
and you play the Alien or what?
The MC10 guys are working on that
Eric and Jim Gary
shooter game.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting ideas I think that could be done, especially now that we've learned extra things. We've now got the 609 as an option, so if the 6809 just wasn't fast enough to handle certain types of games, there is an option now that more and more of us have, that we might be able to kick it into the next, the next level to get these types of games done.
Well, what
game? Also Gunstar 2.
Gunstar 2. The search for more money.
Ferrari harder. That's what I'm going to call that one.
Ferrari harder.
Sorry, Steve, you were saying something?
I mean, we're just like we're asking for what sequel to what game you already know about would you like to see, but what game, Candy Company 2, Boris's Revenge, Ken Record. What game would you like to see that hasn't been made on the CoCo? I would love to see certain games, like you're talking about CoCo 3 ports. I would love to see like a good multicolor Centipede on the CoCo 3. I would love to see a good like some of the early Atari games, a good multicolor Missile Command, well done Missile Command on the CoCo 3.
There's a couple of them started. I'd like to see finished, like Defender, Tutankhamun. We have concept versions of available already on the CoCo 3, but never got finished for whatever reason. I think most of the time they couldn't get the speed up. Another thing where the 609 can help, if you just couldn't get enough speed translating the direct arcade hardware over, switch it to a 609 project. There's enough of them out there. You could make some money on it, and you might be able to pull it off now.
Well, what other games are like Dallas Quest?
A good graphic adventure.
Yeah,
any of the Mark Data ones. Sands of Egypt, of course.
Yeah, like it'd be neat to see some more graphics adventures that could take advantage of at least more colors on the CoCo.
More
3.
graphics.
More graphics and more.
Yeah, there's a few in the CoCo 3, like Glenn Dahlgren did Quest of the Star Lord as an example, is a CoCo 3 one. There's a few by Computerware too that came out. There's a Wild West one from Tom Mix, if I remember correctly. There's a few great CoCo 3 graphical adventure games, but I think everybody learned how to use the artifacting palette really, really well over the years. So some of those look awesome. And the CoCo 3 ones look more rushed to get to market type things. So we don't really have anything that somebody went all out with the artwork. So yeah, that would be a nice one to see, that somebody, like an Erico that has really good artistic qualities drawing all the scenes and stuff, I think would look awesome.
Imagine a multiplayer LAN Cronus Rift style game. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, or Rescue and Fractus where you're actually flying and shooting at each other or something.
And other people, are logged in and you
kind of a P51. That would be a good one to get a CoCo 3 sequel, would be P51 style. Full color multiplayer over the modem or over the internet.
All right, so how has extra memory and the faster CPU caused changes in how we do games now? Is there much of a change? Or
I'd say the biggest change is we have a programmable interrupt timer where we can now do background sound without slowing down the game in stutters.
Well, yeah, Gunstar took advantage of the 6309. It didn't need much extra memory, but Gunstar took care of 6309 to have the multi-layer graphics and everything. So,
you think we'll have longer games now since we have so much memory?
You definitely could.
You could. You're still at that point. You're limited to what you can fit on a single disc, so it does become a multi-disc game and stuff too, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can ask Chet too. I mean, Digger 3 there has got levels that get so progressively harder that I don't think anybody has won the game yet. Have they, Chet, besides yourself?
I'm not aware of anybody. I figured that somebody would probably be jumping up and down, screaming, yay when they do. So,
what size is your game, Chet?
It's over 30 levels.
Like K.
Oh, as far as K, I mean, if you take into account some of the scattered, waste that's in there, you're probably somewhere between 450 and 500 K. It uses quite a bit of the memory. I mean, you've got the graphic pages just for the display take up quite a bit. You've got 3 pages there, and then you've got all of the graphics plus the animations, both the sprites in the background, and then you've got all the map data, which is kept in memory during gameplay, so it doesn't have to access the disk in between levels. So all of that's loaded into memory. Now, there is actually some waste in there that I could reclaim and actually put at least 3 times as many levels in there.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's some waste. And the problem is that it's inherent to the original design of the entire source tree that started with Digger 2. So I just was not going to rewrite that to get that memory back. It just wasn't worth it.
So far, are we keeping the new games and stuff to floppy size or multiple? Like we haven't had a multiple disc release of any kind, have we?
Not lately, no.
Not lately, no. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, I'll distribute it on as many discs as is necessary. I don't go in with it saying that, okay, I'm going to fit this on one disc or 2 discs or whatever. I'm just like, it's going to take whatever it needs in order to be a good game.
Well, you can do that now, right? There's no limit.
Right.
Well, I could have done that back in the day too.
Yeah.
But do you think is it
Ron,
bad
the thing as far as it goes with, we have more memory, we can make a longer game. It's really, that's not the limit. It's how much time and effort the designers, programmers can put into the game to make it longer.
Right.
So there's a lot of other issues. Oh yeah, we've got twice the storage media. Doesn't mean we're going to get twice the game.
But another thing is people don't want to wait as the game loads forever.
Well, the other thing is too is if you start getting into really complicated, really long gameplay, is that then it's a diminishing return for the author. Like especially if they're trying to sell it and make a little bit of money to recoup their costs a little bit. If it's going to take you 4 years to design a really long game and you still only sell like 50 copies, was it worth all that time, or would you rather get 4 games, 1 game a year out that are shorter, but you actually get 4 times 50 people buying it?
Well, look at
that's the thing that kind of went through my head was, back in the 80s, there were people who were making a good living, just writing software for the CoCo. But nowadays, you'd be hard pressed to make a living writing CoCo software, no matter how much.
Unless you're Nick Morentis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ferrari hardware.
Cars under the bed.
Yeah.
Ain't no one got no
really
studio.
So one of the reasons, like when I did Digger 3, I put a tremendous amount of effort into streamlining that that whole process of authoring that content to make it a lot quicker, because back in the day I'd switch between 3 programs, Studio 29, Image Master, and my game board editor. Those are my 3 main tools, along with the editor assembler for authoring that stuff. So I'd switch between those. So I essentially do the same thing now with Tiled and the tools that I've created. I'm doing updates right now to add support for things like multiple tile sets, do project management that Tiled includes in their newer versions, so that you can bundle all of your levels together, that is into one project. So there's a lot of stuff that I've done there to kind of streamline that, to try and make it a lot easier. Just when I start doing my next games, like I've already got 15 levels for my next project already done. I've got the graphics done. I've got all the rendering code started. So I mean, and this has just been in my spare time, over the last 2 or 3 weeks that I've been playing around with this, and those tools, having that streamlined process, has helped me a tremendous amount, and not having to stop every couple of days. So, okay, well now I need to do this, but where do I now I've got to spend 2 or 3 days collecting all this stuff and putting it together. That's no longer the case. When I do a level for Digger, I can start out, and within 20 or 30 minutes I've got the thing completed.
Yeah.
Remember what Bruce Moore did with this series? And if you add it all together, there's a fairly good sizable program that you've gone through over time that he's produced.
CoCo Forever, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I've thought of doing a game like that too. Like I know CompuServe, which one of their online multiplayer games was Mango Wars or something, or an adventure game. I can't remember what it was, but they had it where they designed this world that you'd have multiplayers in, and then they would have certain things like, here's a grating that's blocked off this tunnel. And in the meantime, while everybody's playing this, the designers were actually creating an extra map to add in. And then they have an earthquake shake the whole kingdom, and all of a sudden that grate's open, and now you can wander into the second part of the world. So they would be able to keep adding it, segmented, like episodes like you're talking about, Ron.
Yeah.
You could add
It's
to the game.
the pipe game.
Yeah, well, listen, I already feel Pipes 2 is coming on.
You gotta get the toilet,
They call that DLC nowadays.
Yeah, right.
Can't wait to see the advertisements for it.
Right. Good question. We got a lot more news to get through.
Yeah, keep giving suggestions there. Maybe you'll tweak one of the software authors here to give it a shot. And of course, there's nothing stopping you from creating your own games that are sequels to something too. Next up, Neil Blanchard announced that last call going out, and hopefully this is not out of date already, because this was not too long after last week's show, the 3 Monster Maze and Bomb Threat cartridges. And 3 Monster Maze, of course, comes in the translucent and the opaque versions.
I have that.
So they were selling them with limited buttons and stuff too, but it's a limited production run. So
So real quick, I just want I want to give a shout out to Neil Blanchard too, because I actually listened to Neil's Hideout last night. I noticed he puts on Facebook, hey, because Neil's a DJ, right? Before he was into CoCo, he was a DJ. So on Friday nights, he does live streaming DJ music, and then he's got a chat room where people are listening or chatting and stuff. And so I actually caught it live, because usually when I see it, it's the next day and I never do it. So I was listening to him for a while. And not only is he a really cool DJ, he plays good music, but when he does his little talk-ups between songs, he's got the coolest, smoothest DJ voice. You would never guess that when you hear him on the CoCo Crew. But he's got that DJ thing down pat. Yeah, well, I want to give this one a shout out to so-and-so, and they requested this song here. It's like, oh, man, he's got that thing. Bam! So I listen to him. I have these games. And Tim Linder mentioned too that he has, if you notice, they're in those silver boxes, because you remember before they were in the red box, right? When the ones that John Linville was doing. So these are in the silver box, which is the reproduction of the original Tandy TRS-80 game cases. So Tim had sent Neil a bunch, so he's got some in Canada to send to people in Canada, so the shipping's easier to do and stuff. So all these ones here are in that box, which I like better, because this looks like the original, the way the games were, right? And I have these. I'm a big fan of collecting everything. So anything I can get tangible and collectible, I like to get. So I've tried to get every cartridge ever made, and I definitely got those too. So good stuff. Grab them while you can. I like the yellow cartridge there with Bomb Threat, because I think it matches the label. It looks pretty cool. The red and yellow kind of go together like that. So.
And from the sounds of it, I don't know if he's planning on doing another run after this. So this might be a limited edition at this point. Now maybe he'll change his mind if there's enough demand. But... Next one here, I'll let Chet talk about this one since he's actually on the show. And this is he's been putting up some stuff on his GitHub for breaking apart source code, both on his own Digger reclamation project of redisassembling it, and then he's also done stuff like color baseball, buzzard bait, and audio spectrum analyzer, just kind of figuring out how the stuff goes. Now, if I understand correctly, Chet, this is not quite source code at this point.
These are just the info files. So these are the definition file used by F9, Diasm, and a couple of other compatible disassemblers that just specifies like where the text, code and all of that other, good stuff.
So it's like a label symbol table kind of thing? Or?
Yeah. And then that's fed into the disassembler, and it generates the code from that. So it includes all the labels, comments, anything else that I've found in there, and various I've disassembled these to various levels. So there are some that have, quite a bit of comments. Some of them are broken out. I have, at least on all of these that I've got up here, tried to break it out so you have separators in there between all the different little functions, so that you can kind of segregate, what you're working on, because just looking at one long old stream of assembly gets old after a while. But yeah, so this is ongoing work. I've got color baseball and of course Digger in there. That's one of the dev versions. And then buzzard bait with the CoCo 3 patch on it, and then spectrum analyzer in there as well, which was only a 2K ROM. So
and buzzard bait, you found something odd, if I remember, some graphic glitch or something.
Yeah, when I originally started doing this, I was using a different different binary for the base, and that actually had some glitches in the graphics. And I noticed these when I was looking at the images in GIMP, because I'd imported the binary. And as I'm looking at it, I noticed that it looked like the guy's head was cut off. So I looked at it closer on VCC and noticed that it was like that. And then I checked the archive, and the one in the archive was the same way. And then I switched over to take a look at the CoCo 3 version, and that is actually a newer version than the one that is not patched for the CoCo 3. So, and the one for the CoCo 3, I don't know what is up with that. I don't know if it was originally copy protected and it was a result of the cracking and patching it, or if it just happened over time where somebody had it on a corrupt disk, or accidentally screwed something up with the disk zap or whatever.
Okay. And speaking of graphical glitches there, Stevie, you streamed Poltergeist yesterday as part of the Halloween thing, and Tim Linder was in the chat and pointed out some kind of weird little graphic anomalies that I'd never even noticed before.
Yeah. When you start the game on the first level with all the towns, or like the houses, right? That first map of the streets, it goes across, column by column. And when it gets to the far right side of the screen, it wraps around to the left side and redoes it one row. And that whole left row ends up becoming 1 pixel lower. and you don't notice it till the very end. And I never would have noticed that if Tim had not mentioned it. And now that
Same
he
with me,
did,
I never noticed it before.
you can't help but not see it. So, one of the many interesting things about the Poltergeist game. Let's just put it that way. So,
it's not a bug;
Yes.
it's a feature.
It's drawing one too many column of houses.
Yeah.
I think what he did is he needed to fill in the last of the road on the far right, and rather having the routine smart enough to cut it off at the column of the road, he just wrote the whole thing out again, so wrapped around to the left and redrew the main houses.
Cheap.
And I finally, for Chet here, I was going to ask you, going through these disassemblies, like obviously you know Digger fairly well because you wrote it, but on the other three, have you noticed anything interesting or worthy of mention?
Not really. I was looking in there for, hidden keys or hidden commands. I mean, that was actually how I found the a couple of the things for Shock Trooper. But in these, there's nothing really spectacular there that screams out that there's something special hidden in it. I wish there was, but I've gone through all of the text. There are some that have the texting slightly different, so you can't read it as ASCII, but that's just for optimizations and drawing it. But there's nothing real special in any of these. I mean, with color baseball, you've got some of the original sound routines, and which this one is slightly modified. I've posted this to a couple people who have asked for it and sent them the links so that they can compare the music routines that they've got. I think the only real consistent thing between like Buzzer Bait and baseball and a couple of the other CoCo 2 games that I've done is that none of them use the interrupt for sound. They're all, in fact, if you look through Color Baseball, there's a lot of calls to one particular sound routine throughout it. All the drawing, everything else in order to keep it going, like especially the clapping. And then it uses part of the code from ROM as the noise buffer for playing the clapping. That's all it is really a noise channel. So I mean, if you want to know how any of that was done, or if you want to replicate it, I mean that's a good place to start. A lot of that stuff, particularly for the sounds and for the drawing, those are the two key things that I'm labeling first. Just those tend to be a really, really good starting point.
Okay, cool. And I do know like one problem on the CoCo 1 and 2, and like Nick hit this when he was doing pipes, which is why he picked a game that's not too CPU intensive, is that the H sync, which would best be used for sound on a CoCo 1 and 2, unfortunately is tied to IRQ, not FIRQ, which means you have this massive overhead of pushing every single register.
Yep.
So you greatly slow the machine down. Now, Nick and Simon and a few others have done this kind of semi-cheating method where you purposely overlap one full H sync. So you're basically doing an interrupt for every two.
Mm-hmm.
And it basically just, as soon as you get past that, was it 57.5 cycles or something for the H sync, you make sure the sound routine fits in 58 or 59. And then you have the entire rest of the second H sync for your codes. You can just about split it even 50-50. But if you tried to just do it normally, you'd have like 5-10 cycles left over to do any graphics or anything else after you do the sound, especially if you're trying to channel mix. So
it
was just a bad design. I don't know why they put the H sync on the IRQ versus the FIRQ. That would have made a huge difference on the CoCo 1 and 2 doing sound.
Yeah, it would have. That's why when you look at games like what is it, F-16 Assault, there's mad props for the way that they got the audio, working as well as they did in a game like that.
Yeah.
I kind of like the concept of, okay, let's scan through the code and find something that sounds kind of like clapping. Okay, that's our sound file.
I think Skiing did that too, if I remember.
Mm-hmm. The one thing I did get to verify is that originally I thought that I had a key combination in Digger for activating the built-in editor, but apparently I removed that. So there's only a modification that you can do on disk. Now, I'm not going to give any details on that, but you can certainly extract that from the game.
So it's kind of like what happened with Rogue there. They have that entire test suite, and then they change one branch statement so that you could never do it. So once you patch the one byte, you can fully enable it again.
Right. But this actually checks for the presence of a flag on the disk.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Next up, we have an update from Paul Thayer, is working on his CoCoBon. I mislabeled it as Sokobon for some reason. But basically, he's been adding in the mirrors and stuff here, which is these little triangular pieces that will reflect the laser light, which is all new. So I'll play a little bit.
The laser. light.
Hey, freaking laser.
Laser. Yes, whenever you say
The yellow border there is his CPU scan to see how much CPU time he's using for his various things here. So
this game looks really cool.
he's trying to do it without having to go to double buffering here. He wants to try to see if he can do it all within. He's not sure if he's being able to make that because it gets a bit more complicated if the laser starts getting deflected and has a bunch of extra checks to do as it's going through. So,
oh, look at that! It's stopping the laser. Now the laser is not hurting him.
Nope. And the laser it'll stop at certain objects and other objects it'll pass through. So he's got to kind of worry about that too. He's got to check what kind of an object is it touching and is it allowed to keep on going or does it have to stop at whatever? And here you can see he's deflecting it onto the one gem, etc.
The gem, yeah.
Anyway, he's doing pretty good on this. So he's been making a lot of progress lately. He's been doing all these updates on it and stuff. So definitely keep word out or look out on that process. Next up, we have Rick Adams, who, of course, found that box full of stuff there when he replaced his furnace. And last week, we kind of went through, in general, some of it, and a fair bit of his Temple ROM stuff. So here he was going through OmniStar. So he had his original font. Now, this is the original version of OmniStar, which apparently is more complex than the one he's released now. He had a bunch of other extra things in it, too, that he found.
I like that OCR.
Plus a little bit of notes on Daggerath at the bottom there. I hit on the wizard.
That's some beautiful graph paper.
And then some notes that he was, on what he was planning on. Design for the original layout, some of the programs that he had in the original version.
Now,
alternate fonts.
I actually missed the fact when he was talking about OmniStar, I didn't realize that this was something that he was thinking about doing back in the day. I thought OmniStar was a new project. I missed that one detail. I still think it's a cool game, but yeah, I don't remember him saying that OmniStar was kind of like with the bomb threat, one of the ones
uncompleted, unfinished.
Yeah.
Honestly, I didn't realize that either until he did this. So
yeah.
Which makes it much cooler because the internet before the internet was cool kind of thing.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. What I like is the fact that it turns out that his original version was going to be more complex with extra screens and extra things happening in the game. And I wouldn't mind, like you were talking about sequels earlier. How about OmniStar 2 with the full original design added in?
Yeah.
Might be an interesting one. Next up, Henry Reitfeld.
Speaking of audio spectrum analyzer.
He did a quick video showing him using the CoCo SDC using Brett Gordon's YADOS, or YADOS, and a disk image by Ron Klein that has up to 3,500 floppy disk images, 550 megabytes worth. And then he wrote a little program to actually help with the launching of it here.
Look at the 550 megabyte
going on.
YADOS.
The SDC 550 megabyte hard drive extension. And
he actually has it so you can search for a disk image. Because I'm trying to memorize 3,500 or even look them up would take some time.
And
you need another computer just to keep track of it all.
So I can do start with disk 1400.
Because that's logical.
And we can just browse around 1401, 1402.
And if this was on a CoCo 3, you could do a with 40 or with 80, and it would be mixed case and everything too.
Yeah, actually, he's running it on a CoCo 3, but yeah,
it's not okay.
Not using that feature at this point.
Yeah,
it's a lot of disks.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those that think that CoCo doesn't have much of a software library, sorry, you're wrong. And he launches Gunfighter, which is by a friend of the show.
I'm gonna load
I don't think I even have this one on my site yet, so I have to get back to that actually. And in this case, he doesn't have it auto-launch the program. Now, have you seen this game, Stevie, once it fires up here?
Not that I'm aware of. I'll let you know in a second here. Well, this is RGB. There you go. Oh, maybe.
Terry Steen.
I remember this.
Yeah, I've seen this before.
Anyway, that's a quick look at the 550 megabyte hard drive image for use with the CoCo SDC.
Anyway, since Terry Steen's been on the show a few times here, that's one of the ones I haven't got to on my website yet. So
cool. Far out, man.
Next up, and since Jet's here, we'll mention this one too here. Vintage is the new old. Actually did a review of Digger 3. Including gameplay video that they did. They played the first 3 levels to go through it. Got a very good rave review. I don't know what else to say. I know Alan Huffman and a few others have commented on the review already too. Heavily inspired by Lode Runner. I think it's quite far beyond Lode Runner, but and the YouTube video is on there too, and they have the direct link to your itch.io page, and they also mention the fact that you asked for a $25 donation to the United Negro College Fund. Otherwise, the game doesn't cost any money, so they're promoting your
cool stuff
charity as well. So
I hadn't even seen this yet.
Yeah, I just happened on it last night. Apparently, Alan Huffman had found it back on the 27th of October or something, I think, when it was first released, and I didn't see it at that point either. I just found it last night when I was looking for stories. So
cool.
Look at all those Gomers down there.
Yeah, good luck.
One thing I noticed here is it's nice to see quality games for the CoCo 3. The machine never got the releases it deserves since its graphic capabilities would match even early 16-bit computers. And generally a really, really good review of it. So hopefully we'll see some more CoCo stuff on the vintages, the new old too.
You notice there's no review of Nick Marenti's crap games on this site, so.
Well, no, they have standard.
Well, one of you can kiss my ass. Guess which one?
Mine's on the shite channel.
And this is the actual video itself here. I'll just play a couple seconds. They don't do any commentary or anything. They just basically play it. They actually ran through all your credit screens showing the credits that you wrote too. So
cool.
Mentioning Eric and everybody else, and then they actually do the actual gameplay. I mean, we've seen it quite a bit. So he goes through the first 3 levels, and as soon as he completes the 3rd, then he stops the video. So I'm waiting for the videos of the final level. That's the ones I want to see.
Yeah, I'm really eager to see who hits that one first.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember somebody, like I know Rob Inman, I think you mentioned in the chat here, you're up to level 17 now, I think?
Yes.
And I think I've seen a couple people mention that they're in the, I think 1 or 2 people might have actually made level 30 now, which is beyond what I've got too.
Wow.
I know somebody's mentioned the 8 of Hearts, which is the one that had the 8 of them up there at the top row. That's a pretty difficult one to get to. It's a pretty difficult one to get past too. So yeah, there's some people out there that are getting somewhat close to that.
You know if Paul's gotten?
I forget. I haven't asked him lately what level he's gotten up to. I know that during testing, I mean, he'd gotten up into the 20s, maybe early 30s, but I think that was before I made some swift changes because he got up to the late 20s, early 30s. So, but yeah, he's got up quite far up there. He's quite good at it actually.
Yeah, I think I've gotten to the low 20s as far as I've gotten. So.
Yeah, there's actually a little bit of a reprieve in there on a couple of levels. I made sure to kind of leave that up there so that you've got some
breathing space,
some breathing room to kind of build up your lives to get to that last one.
Now, once I get done this next version of Nitrous 9 here, I'll that was there for it. Anyway, that's it for the GameON news.
All right.
I'm not going to bring up the regular news, or do you want a commercial break?
Let's just roll into the keep it rolling. How much news? How much news do we have? Is it a bit?
Oh, there's a fair bit.
All right, so maybe then we will take a brief commercial break before we go back into news.
19 stories, just to let you know.
And so what we're gonna do, since we're feeling festive, and we have we've already played the Nightmare Highway song, but we've got another great hit single that's been released via the show lately to celebrate Sep Tandy from DeBruce Moore. We got I Want Tandy. So we'll play a little bit of I Want Tandy, then we'll come back with more Snoozy Noozy and Curtis Boyle after this hit song.
Don't need a C64. Big 20 is such a bore. Apple II is priced so high.
Don't we all?
Oh, I'm sure he needed it. And she's more than willing to give it.
Software, hardware, something new. Can't do without my switcheroo. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. Tandy sitting on my desk. Tandy for my BBS. Tandy word processing. Tandy for everything. Tandy when I'm alone. Tandy on my telephone. Tandy will never die. Tandy, don't ask me why. I want Tandy. I want Tandy.
I need that on my soundboard. Just that drop.
Tonight.
Yeah. I need it tonight. All right. Well, if you hadn't fallen completely asleep yet, Curtis Boyle's going to change that for you real quick here with more snoozy news.
You'll be in an induced coma by the end of this segment.
More shite. Bloody shite.
Paul Barton, what are you working on there? Paul's looking like he's doing some deep surgery going on here, man. Paul's working on something. He's got the Mark Overholzer lenses on and all kinds of stuff. So, cool.
Being on lasers.
Yeah. So what do you got for us, Curtis Boyle?
I'm just switching over right now. I got one little bonus bit I'm going to throw on the end, too, that's not in the notes. So we'll get that at the
And by the way, thank you, Brian, for posting the links as we go live. Brian Weaslers with the assist on the links there.
Okay, so Robert has been doing a whole bunch of things. He's been working with the quote-unquote 256 color composite mode, which is basically using artifacting, smudging on an old TV on NTSC.
The crappier the TV, the better it looks.
Exactly. It's just a dilemma pal game. So he's been working on this, and he's been changing the algorithm as he's been going throughout the week. So we've seen some updates and some pictures he's done early in the week that looked pretty good, and then they got better as they went on. And he's using the 160 by 192 16 color mode.
Okay.
Because then the pixels are a bit wider and it smudges a little bit better together and takes less RAM, obviously. So he's actually uploaded a disk version here that you can come and download off of Facebook, which actually has some sample pictures, etc. So that's the link here to go get the actual disk image, and then we'll show a couple of the samples here. Not every one he's done, but
oh wow, that looks nice.
So that's the one of the earlier versions he did of the cheetah.
Yeah, that looks like
David
David Ladd. Really, that's a spitting image of David Ladd right there.
And then this is one where he did some changes to it, and I'm getting a little bit of JPEG art, but you can see the background looks a bit more detailed. Like his algorithm's got a bit better.
Yeah.
The actual leopard face itself's a bit more detailed, not quite as artifacty looking. So
yeah.
And he's been working on this for a while, so I expect.
But this requires composite to get these artifacts,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
So finally, a good use for composite on the CoCo 3.
Well, it's always been there. I mean, GraphExpress 2.0 by Sundog supported this back in the late 80s, early 90s. They had a specific version, like they had Graph 16 and then Graph 256 meant specifically for this mode, supporting it. They just never really got used beyond that. So
is this doing some sort of palette flipping thing, or is it just a straight 16 color?
Straight 16 color. I mean, the thing is with our artifact with NTSC, because the color bleeds between everything, that's how artifacting works, is that you actually with 16 colors, you can bleed the colors together.
Right.
And then you get, depending on the palettes you pick, you can get like 200 colors or 110 colors or whatever. I mean, so obviously your resolution as far as it looks on the screen for detail goes down when you're doing that, but the color expansion actually I think makes up for it. Yeah, I don't know if it'd be very usable in an arcade game. You could maybe try, but it'd probably be more for like graphic, like we were talking before, graphical adventure games with, as close to photo quality as we can get without doing palette tricks, etc.
Or your title screen or something. But I tried this on my CoCo 3 with composite output with the Gimme X in it, and it didn't look like this.
No, because I don't think the Gimme X simulates that properly, to be honest.
There was a Magnavox monitor that had the composite RGB switch on it.
Yep,
8515. Did this beautifully. It was perfect. You could pick res or color, just point. I love that thing. I wish I could find one again.
Yeah, I still have mine. Use it all the time.
Robert's here. Hey, Robert. Big fan of your work, Robert, by the way. Love you, man. Yeah, this looks awesome.
Here's one he just did recently. And this one, he's gone through about 4 or 5 iterations, and it was really not that good the first few, though it did look, decent. But this is actually getting much closer. You're actually picking up some details that the original one kind of just blurred together.
Is her name Candy by any chance? Because I want candy.
Trick or treat. Yeah.
Easy. Actually, his name is Paul.
RuPaul.
Work it to live. Work.
Surprise.
Hey, it's really interesting seeing where he's going. He's using, like you can see here, he's got some like crosshatch techniques and dithering and stuff, as well as the color bleeding between the composite. So with the right palette settings and the right pictures that correspond to it, you can get some pretty decent color detail out of here. So
that's cool.
I'd love to see somebody do a venture game like this, actually.
I'm impressed with this one because it's all browns, because orange is just brown but brighter. So there's not a whole gamut here. He doesn't have a lot to work with, and he's really got a nice picture out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially considering this is only 160 pixels wide. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the trick is to get the gradients, the different gradients of the same color.
Yeah, and then also
Different
you're working with the bleeding, where you put 2 pixels of different colors together, and it makes a third color,
right?
As opposed to looking like just a plain dithering. Depends on the contrast, etc.
Yeah.
Next up, Simon Jonassen, with some help from Paul Fiscarelli. He's been working on sample songs, and I think he's using Wilhelm Tell Overture, if I remember correctly, with a 4-voice music player. Now we've seen this kind of technique before, like Musica and Lyra use this too, where you would actually be did individual waveforms for each voice, so each one could use a different waveform. And using one interrupt to time the mixing of the notes, and another one to actually do the actual generation of the stuff you're sending to the DAC. I know Chet's discussed this before on some previous shows too, so we'll just show what.
So are you sharing system sound right now? We're going to be able to hear it?
I hope so. Let me know if you can hear it.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, that sounds pretty good.
Yep, and the different, you can hear the different waveforms in the background depending which voice it is. Now, the nice thing about it, he said right now it's only using about, I think, 50% or slightly less CPU time to do 4 voices at once. So it basically gives you the equivalent of a CoCo 1 running in the background. Kind of like what Nick did with pipes.
Yeah, and I liked the way they sounded. It sounded better than the typical organ-y sound that a lot of the 4-voice music did.
A lot of people use that, I think.
The wave shapes.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people did the organ sound just because on the higher notes it didn't sound like, when you get to the higher notes it starts sounding a bit tinny and crappy because you're trying to jam the differences really fast. So I think a lot of people picked the organ because on the higher notes it tended to sounded better for longer as you went higher.
Okay.
But yeah, if you're playing something that's got lower notes, you had a lot more flexibility. Stevie, have you heard the version of Van Halen's All Wait that was done in Musica?
Probably, but it's been 40 years.
Because that's one that actually used some different waveforms to get a more synthy sound rather than the organ sound, and it actually did a really good job. This is another limited time offer that Neil Blanchard's doing. This one's not game related. This was, he made the 40th anniversary, 40 years of awesome, 40th anniversary of the CoCo masks for the current COVID crisis, and he's running out of those. He only had a few left. Once again, I don't know if this is sold out by this point because this was published, right after our show last week. I did like the fact he says, model not included. I imagine the shipping for that would just be atrocious. So.
I'll pay it.
Sheldon McDonald. Sheldon McDonald.
Okay, now Nick, I believe this is the one you were talking about earlier, isn't it?
Yeah. So Sheldon's started off doing this file manager program for reading DSK files and being able to pull out the individual files and transfer it. I made a suggestion he switched to a dual screen file manager, which he's done, and that's That's what he's got up there now. But he's taken it a bit further, because he's also getting it so you can actually then pick a file off the DSK and use it to edit the program.
So it's got a disassembler built into it?
Well, no, it reads the source file from the assembler.
Okay.
So it reads the file, displays it all on the screen. You can edit that file and save it back. So in essence, it's the editor part of the editor assembler.
Okay.
But he's now added the assembler part as well. So when you go to that window, see there's in the middle row, there's LWASM.
Yeah.
Well, if you highlight the ASM file that you're creating and then press the LWASM file, it will assemble that file using the standard LWASM tools that are out there, which is built in now into this tool, and he's had permission to use, and it pretty well compiles that code, and in a matter of seconds you've got a bin file. See, the bin files appeared at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
Bins. You love your bins, don't you?
Well, yeah, that's a complete. That's right. A second from the pipes, I'll go for the bins. So for me, it's handy because Sheldon's a EdTasm guy, and I'm an EdTasm guy, and Sheldon needed something better than what EdTasm gives, because it only has a small buffer by in EdTasm, and this allows you to have more buffer space being on the PC, so it can create larger files, and it's just convenient, like a little IDE for developing software. So he's still adding to it, still a work in progress. But yeah, it's for me anyway. I'm looking very interested.
Now I'm wondering if this would also be good for, like, if you had a basic program, because I'm using the John Strong tool.
I think it does. Yeah, I think it will do basic as well.
Okay, because then that would be that would be a good thing for me too. If I have one that I can do basic and assembly on, then that's a one-stop shop right there. So.
Yeah. Looking at the bottom left there, it looks like basic data file and binary file.
Exactly.
Okay, well, that's
so.
Cool.
He's still work in progress, but it's looking really good.
Yeah, I have to agree. Be a good tool for a lot of people doing assembly.
Yeah,
and
because
basic
I think what's really helpful, but and I've used it on the John Strong disk tool as well. It's very helpful to have a file explorer GUI like this to be able to browse the contents of what's on a disk image file. And then even be able to copy individual files between disk images, where I've been able to do that too, where if I got this one thing I need on this one disk, I can copy it over to the other disk, and I can do it all through my computer and not have to mount all this stuff on a emulator or SDC to do it. So to be able to manipulate files within a virtual disk the same way you would manipulate files in Windows or your operating system is very helpful, I think.
I'm really interested to see where he takes this, because I mean, if he adds an OS 9 support, I might start using this too myself.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the Mac OS version?
You know what the best part about OS 9 is, Curtis?
The trash can.
It's the ease of use of it. Yeah. So.
No.
The ease of use of the trash can.
What would be good once he's done this is to add in a debugger like in MAME. That'd be good to have the debugger in there as well.
Yeah. But does he automatically launch an emulator or something?
Well, not yet, but hopefully maybe that's a future thing.
Yeah, because the debugger, you pretty often tie it in with whatever emulator you're running. So unless he's going to write an emulator too.
We can always rely on feature creep.
But this is cool. Sheldon's been doing a lot of cool stuff. So thank you, Sheldon.
The download for that's on the CoCo group.
It's a free download.
Yeah. So next up here, and this was by Philip Trottier. He was talking about this, and he's doing a very rough concept. Now, if David Ladd's still on here, we kind of discussed that David knows a lot more about how this stuff works than I do, so he can probably give a better explanation. But it looks like he's trying to do a little drop-in board that would replace 6551 serial chip with bug fixes, because the original 6551 had a ton of bugs that people did hardware mods to try to get around. 6551A, I believe, fixed most, but not all of them. And then now the current versions out have introduced new bugs, so it's still a crappy chip. David Ladd, are you still here?
At least
to
they're
kind of
consistent.
Well,
yes, I'm here.
they can buy pipes and then throw the crap down there.
So I know Jim Brain and you, David, had kind of discussed a little bit about it. So since you're much more knowledgeable in this kind of stuff than I am, can you explain what exactly Philip's trying to do here, and then some of the pitfalls and stuff that he's hitting on the original design that I know Jim was kind of getting back with him with?
Well, basically, he's just trying to find a way to replace the chip with something that'll be a drop-in replacement. The thing is with using a microcontroller, you're having a actual processor try to emulate what a dedicated chip was doing, which of course the 6551 is a UART. So its function has to be is timed very specifically, where with a microcontroller, you have to be careful that if your processor in it is too slow, it won't function like what you're trying to get it to do, which is one of the reasons why when you're reading through the thread, Jim is recommending something faster like the STM32s or something like that, so that way the processor is fast enough to, run the code to simulate the 6551. But, like almost anything, whether you do, replace the 6551 with a CPLD, which should be possible if you know how to wire the internal virtual circuitry, or FPGA, or using a processor to simulate doing it. It's all from a certain point of view, I guess, is how you want to look at it.
Okay,
clear as mud.
Is there anything that's already been done? Like I noticed there's this link here which I hadn't seen before. This new 6551. What exactly is that? Is that already something like of this being done already in the past, or?
Where?
Link on the top of the screen here. Hopefully, I'm still sharing.
For what he's doing, I don't know of anybody that's actually tried to take on this task of recreating a 6551, fixing all the known bugs in a microcontroller. But it's subjective. There's many ways that you could do it. Like I said, CPLD, FPGA, like what he's trying to do with a microcontroller.
TTL, RS-232.
I was waiting for that.
BDSM.
BDSM with BBWs. Yeah, Jim was also saying in the live chat that in general, your CPU, if you're going to emulate a circuit, would have to be 100 times faster. I don't know if you covered that already.
No, but
definitely.
that's why usually if you're going to use a processor, yes, it's got to be faster. That's why usually if you're going to replace a chip like this, it's probably better to do it in like FPGA or CPLD, so that way the electronics is customized for what you're doing. Right, Paul?
Yeah. Really?
And this is the main reason why is this because the bitbanger sucks?
Yes, the bitbanger sucks because that's completely reliant on the
CPU.
6809 to do all the work.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why a few people are already using the deluxe RS-232 pack to do drive wire, because on CoCo 1s, they can get 115-200 where they're limited to 38-400 on a CoCo 1. So,
yeah, and because it's so CPU intensive, you're trying to do multitasking like a Lotus 9, it's terrible trying to use the bitbanger because you have to time every single bit coming out,
So this would be the bitbanger on steroids is what he's proposing. Or just a proper bitbanger.
Well, he's proposing both. Like his original proposal was basically to get something to replace it, to get the chips, fix all the bugs, first of all, because just about every iteration of the 6551 that's ever come out in the last 40 years has got problems.
Okay.
There's certain bugs that it wouldn't give you text if CD was low or whatever. I can't remember the exact details of them all, but there's numerous bugs in various situations.
Jump in as a serial port guy?
Sure.
The carrier detect should be level sensitive, and they switched two signals. So a level sensitive signal was transient, and a transient sensitive signal was level sensitive. And so that's why the DCD DSR swap, I forget the numbers now, existed in the OS 9 driver. It was to reverse those two and kind of cancel that problem. However, that only applies to OS 9 if you have the right, the Bruce assisted SASIA driver, yada, yada. So, yeah, it'd be great to have a better chip. However, if you're going to have to replace something, get a 16550.
Yeah. Well, the one problem is, though, is with the 1650, which is a much better chip. We do have drivers. We're working on redoing them right now for Nitrous 9. The problem is that all the old RS-DOS software doesn't have a clue about a 16550, which means all of your old RS-DOS terminal programs, Twilight Terminal, NetMate, Ultimate Term, do not work with the 16550. It's not a compatible chip. Doing it this way, if you could fix all the bugs first of all, and then drop it into a 6551 socket, like if you already have an RS-232 pack, you just replace the old chip with this little satellite thingy. It's software compatible and fixes all the bugs. You don't have to do these quirky, weird things with drivers, etc. And then maybe you can eventually expand it to support higher serial rates. Maybe you can do the buffering internally that, it fools the computer into thinking it's doing 1 byte at a time, but literally the chip's buffering stuff on its own type thing. Like there's a couple of good ways you could take this, I guess, and still maintain the software compatibility, which is the biggest issue of doing a 16550 right now. Because I don't know of a single RS-DOS terminal program that supports a 16550. Does anybody else here know one?
No, that's something to play with.
No, but I could patch them.
I have my own drivers, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, I don't do enough, sir. I think you've answered my question on what's the benefit of doing this, or what's the net gain, which I get. But for me, I'm not doing a lot of serial stuff to where I've felt like my serial life needed improving.
Well, eventually, once we get to the point where you can talk to a serial chip but get onto the net, like if you have some intermediate card that uses that to talk to the net directly, then your multiplayer games that start working, that would be useful.
I'm all in favor of fixing something that's broken, but
I mean, you can do the same thing as as DriveWire, the similar approach to DriveWire. I mean, just hook it directly into your PC and have it act as your bridge to the internet, and then set up your stack on the CoCo however you want to do it. Since you've got that middleware there, you can control pretty much how everything gets funneled back and forth, so you're in complete control.
Yeah, and DriveWire does have some provisions for doing direct net access already as it is. I think this is more for the truly retro people that actually want to do it all in the CoCo and not have to have a PC intermediary.
Was there also some discussion about this too, about adding the ability for it to add basically Wi-Fi serial to this chip too, or was that something else I was reading?
There was something about that at the very top, like he was talking about possible things. Yeah, one could add Ethernet or Wi-Fi on top and make the CoCo Wi-Fi friendly.
Okay.
I have some thoughts about CoCo Ethernet as well, but we'll have to talk about that later, Curtis.
Okay. I know Jim Brains had some things too, because he's made Ethernet cards for like the Commodore 64 and stuff. So, some of that work he's done there might apply.
And I don't know if you saw the comment that Alan Murphy put in our Zoom chat about using a Motorola 6850 chip, which is also MIDI compliant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think, is that the one that the old PC keyboards used to use too? I can't remember.
So you'll notice the 6551 is a Commodore series chip. And maybe that's its problem.
Oh, okay. What's the old saying about the RS-232 standard? There's so many of them.
Hey, bud.
Great
thing about
interesting
standards. Project. We'll have to see where it goes. So.
Yeah.
This next one, this is
color.
Go ahead.
No, so it's just part of the joke.
Oh, okay.
NTSC color, never the same color.
Yeah, that's true. So this next one here is actually, it's an old article from Byte magazine from 1984, I believe the April issue, which I had not remembered seeing. There was a little bit of time where I wasn't reading Byte. I took a bit of a break from Byte because I was busy reading Rainbow and Hot Cocoa and everything else. And this must have been that time
period. Was it getting too much to swallow?
Because I did not know that they did a review of Basic 09, especially this late in the game, because Basic 09 had already been out for 4 years by the time this article was published. But they give some sample code. They mention that it runs on the CoCo and other systems too, and they get into the gimmicks a little bit and stuff too. So it's a pretty interesting review of Basic 09 from back in the day. definitely worth a read if you're into that.
So you had bitten off more than you could chew with the Byte magazine at that point in time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. This next one here is from Sixy, alias Kieran. He said, got bored, nowhere near complete, but there's at least 2 full years. So he's published an index guide for Dragon User Magazine, kind of like the rainbow searchable indexes we have on the thing.
That would be interesting to see.
So he's got this in .bib format, which Robert Allen Murphy actually kind of explained to me what that was, because I'd never heard of it before. But it's a text-based sort of indexing system for doing bibliographies on documents and stuff, and then you can run it through some other programs, to find and download to go through it. And this is only the start. He's not, finished the whole thing or anything, but it sounds like there is versions of this that you can get to translate this on Windows and Mac and Linux and stuff too. So once he gets it done, it'll be very interesting, because I know the Dragon had some pretty interesting articles on, especially some of the semi-language stuff there that, was done from a different approach than some of the stuff we saw in Rainbow and Color Computer Magazine, et cetera, here. So it'll be interesting to see some of those. So I'll be keeping an eye on that project. Next one here, Keith, or is it ChibiAkumas? I don't know how to pronounce that, but anyway. Did his first semi-language tutorial for the CoCo 3 specifically. So he goes into, the CoCo 3 graphics modes and the horizontal scroll registers and stuff like that. So I'm going to play just a little bit of a clip from near the end. He's doing a little bit of a graphic demo showing some, drawing graphic stuff using the 16 color mode. In the case, he's using the 256 pixel wide. He's not using the 320. I'll just play a little bit of it.
60 just updated too.
Again, quite nice features to have. The CoCo 3 is quite impressive as far as 8-bit systems go. It's quite nice, really. It's just a shame that it wasn't very popular. It's also a shame it didn't come with that 6309, because the 6309 is very interesting and sadly never saw any mainstream use, which is a real shame. Anyway, though, that's the end of today's example. As always, as I say, you can go into my website.
And he's using VCC.
Give a shout out to this. Give a shout out to the 6309. Give a shout out to the CoCo 3. That was kind of cool.
Yeah.
And he's planning on doing some more stuff too. I'm sure you'll get into interrupt timers and stuff, because you can do background sound much easier, even though the sound hardware isn't a sound chip like he's used to on MSXs and some of the other machines he covers. But a very good tutorial going through some of the CoCo 3 graphics modes. So, and I think from what we've gone through, like all the assembly tutorials we had, most of them are CoCo 1 and 2 oriented. Now, a lot of that applies to the CoCo 3, just doing general 6809 stuff. But there hasn't been a lot of video tutorials for people to watch on how to deal with the MMU and how to deal with the gimme and stuff. So it's nice to see one out there finally now. And I don't know, Steve Bjork, if he's planning on, are you planning on actually doing a CoCo 3 series at some point, or maybe somebody else is planning on it?
At some point.
Okay. So in the meantime, here's a start for you anyway.
Nice. Sixy mentioned that he'd caught up his archiving of that Dragon magazine up to now March of 1986.
Oh, cool. I don't even remember how long Dragon User Magazine kept going, so I don't know how much more he's got left to do or if he's finished. Okay, next up. And is Paul still on the call? Paul Shoemaker?
Yeah, this looks familiar.
So this is your first video, and I don't even know if I have a link to the second one in here, but you did your little ants demo, which is basically just sort of a randomized, well, you explain it.
Yeah, so as somebody said, they called it a drunk walk, which is, I think, for me, like this is something that this little program I've written, and I think many people have written it 100 times, just moves a pixel randomly in 8 directions around the screen, and if there happens to be a pixel where it's going to put it inverts it, so it presets it. It's a preset kind of a thing. And as I've been wanting and trying to learn to do more with assembly, I thought I'd write this little program all the time just to goof off. I thought, well, let me see if I can figure out how to do it in assembly language.
Wow, a little faster.
A little faster. Yeah,
multiple ones.
So many more on the screen.
Yeah. Right.
This almost looks like a virus taking over a system or something. Like
exactly right. And so, actually, Steve helped me in Discord a little bit, and so I swapped out with the latest version that I have. I swapped out the random number generator to one that Steve wrote, and he was kind enough to post out on Discord. So I copy pasted that in and applied it to my use case here. And the current iteration of this little program that I have right now does 100 ants. and so
Holy
it
crap.
That's even faster yet.
It literally, so like, I live in Texas, and in Texas we have fire ant hills, and you know when you step on one and they just come swarming out, and with 100 ants starting in the middle and moving out from the center, it literally looks like an ant hill. So it's just a bit of fun way for me to learn how to deal with putting a pixel on the screen in assembly, which is not terribly difficult for people who know how to do it, but it was a learning experience for me. And then figuring out how to do the masking and unmasking and all that kind of stuff, and then figuring out how to do random numbers in assembly was a goal that I had in mind for some of the other development that I'm working on too. So just a fun thing.
So do we have a video of the 100 ant thing out there anywhere? Or?
No, unfortunately, I just looking at my notes here. I must have passed over it.
I haven't uploaded a video of the 100 ant thing. There's one with maybe 40 ants that gives you a
I remember seeing it, but it looks like I
flavor.
just put the initial one up and I didn't save the link for the other one. Stupid me.
Did you post the code anywhere?
I did. I
Yes.
actually I posted the binary. So if someone wants to just download the binary and import it onto a disk, you can. And then I posted the latest with actually the 100 ant version as a assembly file. Just a text file.
Yeah.
Here's the link. I think this might be the original one too, or is this the new one? I can't remember.
That's the 40 ant version. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Press the key to add more ants.
Yeah, the version I was like, why would anybody want less than the full number of ants? And so the 100 ant one just starts with 100, and it doesn't let you go up or down. It just keeps 100 on the screen all the time.
I like the way you've got it set up so that when they if they go too far down the bottom, they wrap around the screen.
Yeah,
that may be cool with color, and then when they overlap, they change color.
Well, it would kind of be a little bit colorized through artifacting, right? Because that's a P-mode 4
what
screen.
you're watching it on.
You absolutely will get artifacting, but with the 100 ant version, since there's so much initial pixel swapping happening at the very center, you see grays even with the black and white.
Oh, wow.
Even with RGB, you see some grays happening there just because of the pixels flipping so fast.
Oh wow!
Now, is this any different on a monitor as compared to an LED screen? Do you think it would be different?
Is there any
composite would be different. You'd see a lot more artifacting.
You'd see the artifacting on the composite for sure. I haven't actually looked at it yet on a composite monitor. I've only ever looked at it on an RGB or a VGA actually.
And I know you say it's a simulation of. It looks like a simulation of ants, but actually to me it looks like a simulation of all the bugs I introduce in Nitrous 9 every time I make a change.
It looks like some type of organic takeover, like a virus or a cancer or some type of organism just like taking over a system.
It's a COVID simulator. Basically, it's
there you go.
In that line, if you made the background a Game Boy game screen and let the ants just take it over, that's pretty appropriate to what happens to old Game Boys.
I actually have a version of the program where you load another screen in the background, like in the P mode 4-5. If you guys know what I'm saying, like in the memory behind it.
Yeah.
And so when the pixels move around, what they actually do is draw.
Oh, they're revealing
an image
what's
that's behind it. So that reveals the image behind it.
That's
so
neat.
It's a
That's
neat
cool.
effect too.
So do the other way, and you've got the Game Boy bit rot, which is actually an organic problem that happens with their screens, where blocks like that begin to grow in that 8-pixel faction, like your game. People would love it.
That's cool.
Yeah, and Paul, like you mentioned at the beginning here, I've written that program in BASIC. The different iterations with color, without color,
right?
All sorts of different, clearing the screen after a certain length of time, just different stuff like that. But I've done that, played with that concept for years. And when I saw your thing there, and then with machine language, that was really cool to see it done in machine language.
Yeah, with the 100 ant version, any individual ant is still going faster than the single ant in BASIC does. So
Wow.
Yeah. What about? Did you do a one ant in machine
Assembly?
language?
Yes, it goes too fast, right? You can't actually see the individual pixel moving around. It just looks like a big blob of stuff moving around. It because it moves so fast.
It almost looks like a random placement of black dots at that point, I'd imagine.
Yeah,
No
it's pretty
movement
cool
per se.
It was a cool exercise though to share with us.
Yeah, fun. It was fun to do, and I'm still noodling on it, and I'm definitely going to do a version in color as well, Ron.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Yeah. I should mention too, we were talking about the Dragon user index that Kieran's doing here. Another person, Brigmar71, says that Dragon user ran up to 1989, so he's still got another 3 years left.
Yeah. Well. Get cracking.
Yeah. Next up, Carlos Camacho put up a reminder that he sells ROM upgrades. So if you get an old CoCo 1 or 2 on eBay and it's only got color basic, he's actually got the extended basic ROMs pre-done and ready to go for you to order to plop in, so you can do the upgrade, because of course you can't order them from National Parts at Tandy anymore. So and I think he has the 2 versions, because I know the later CoCo 2s had a combined ROM. It was a bigger ROM chip with more pins that actually had all 16K color and extend combined, and the older ones had the separate 8K ROMs for each. And I believe he sells both, though he can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Hey, I got a question for you guys that are programmers and stuff. I was gonna take one of my BIN pictures that I made on the Color Computer 3, and I was going to oh, I know why it won't work. Well, here's what I was going to tell you. I wanted to put it on the it won't work on the Dragon, will it? Because it probably can't view the picture. But how do you save CSaveM quote a file? Do you have to put the ending or the start, the middle, or
start and end addresses? Yes.
Yeah, you have to. Well, how do you find those?
It depends on what you're trying to save. Like, you're saving a graphic screen?
Yeah.
Are you saving like a CoCo 1 and 2 screen or a CoCo 3 screen?
Well, this was a CoCo 3 screen, but I just realized it won't work on a Dragon, because the Dragon's like a CoCo 1 and 2, right?
Yeah.
Right.
CoCo 1 and 2, it's fairly easy, because Basic by default puts the graphic screen at a certain fixed location.
Oh, okay.
Unless you're doing like a P mode 4,5, it'll move a little bit, but you can still figure out where it is. On the CoCo 3, it's a bit more complex because it's going through the MMU, and that means it's not really mapped in at the time. So you have to like manually poke an MMU block in, save that block, poke in the next one, save that block, because it won't fit in with Basic, because the screen itself is 32K. The ROMs are 32K, and your basic program can be up to 32K. So now you got 96K and you only have 64K to work with. So you have to do some extra flipping of MMU blocks around to get it to save.
But considering that you could do multiple origin statements, I have seen situations. A buddy of mine had it to the point where he could load down a graphic file, 32K CoCo 3 graphic image, just by typing load M in the file name.
Yeah, you
because
can
it
do
would
it,
load
'cause, I mean,
8K, and then it would do it would change the
origin and then tell it to remap the
right.
MMU
It
block.
just
and, yeah.
write 1 byte into the MMU and then change the origin back to that same 8K block, and then load the next 8K.
But you can't do that with the CSaveM command. You have to custom write that.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, to answer Ron's question, I mean, if you're doing a P mode, 0 through 4 screen on a CoCo 1 and 2, it's pretty easy. There's the 2 basic defaults for where the screen is put. If you have a cassette-based system with no disk controller, it starts at 600 hex. So your start address would be 600, and then the end address would be, dependent on which P mode you're using, because they're different sizes.
And then
That's
disk
pretty
system is easy.
And
Well,
CoCo 3, some of the books that are out there have basic save and load screen example code in them, because it was pointed out that the folks that wrote the CoCo 3 basic obviously hadn't used the CoCo 1 and 2 basic as much as others, and didn't realize there was a good need for a screen save and load routine. So the books themselves include one. I think Lawrence Teppolt's book is one of them.
Also,
And there
Steve
may
York
be one of
himself, if I
those-
remember correctly, Steve, you released fairly early on in the CoCo 3's life, like in late 86, I think you released on CompuServe, if I remember, in Delphi, a program that actually did the saving of the screens too.
Yeah. So there's tools out there already that could that you could look at.
Yeah. The other thing in the CoCo 3, of course, because you have palettes and you've only got 16 colors on the screen once, you have to save the palette registers too to get it to display properly. Because you might have different colors set as your defaults than somebody else does, or somebody has composite, you have RGB. So
And that's
unless
where
you
you
save
get
the
into
palette
MG
registers, you will get totally
files.
different colors.
Huh.
Yeah, MGE saves all that too. So if
Yeah,
you
and
look-
CM3 and VEF and a few other formats, but you do have to know to do that, especially if you're trying to do it manually, like Ron was mentioning with CSaveM or SaveM. So it's a bit more complex than a CoCo 3, I guess, is the summary there. It's pretty
a pain
easy
in
on the
the
CoCo 1
ass
and
on
2.
a CoCo 3. Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy on a CoCo 1 and 2.
Well, I tried, and I just kept getting syntax error. Why would I get syntax error?
Yeah, if
why.
I remember, CSaveM takes, I think it requires all three parameters. It needs the exact address, even if you're not saving an executable program, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, start address, how many bytes, and execution address.
Yeah.
I've actually got a little. I actually found it. Little cards. I found it yesterday actually when I was looking through some stuff. A little thing of pokes and peaks that'll give you those addresses, so you can. So if you've got a machine language program already in memory, but you don't know where, you can type this in and it'll give you those three things, so you can put them on the end of your C save. It's sitting here somewhere, but I can post that up if you want, Ron.
And then the next story, Steve Nordner, he's working on a utility. Now, this is kind of an interesting one. I know some people, Stevie, I know you've hit this, and I know I've hit it. If you downloaded an emulator version of a software program off the archive, they might have long file names. So you tried the emulator. Later on, you get an SDC, and now you want to put on the SDC. Well, the SDC only handles 8.3 file names. So you have to go through and manually rename all these things down. Which, if you've downloaded a ton of stuff before and you don't feel like re-downloading them all, I mean, now we have the SDC version, so it's probably not as much of an issue as it used to be, but it was a pain in the ass. And Steve Norton's got a utility he's been writing here that actually will do this conversion for you automatically. Change them all to uppercase if you want, and has a few other features there too. But it basically makes this whole process a lot easier. So if you have a lot of these long file name ones you want to translate to the CoCo SDC with the 8.3 file names, you can just run this utility he's written on it. Now, this isn't a beta right now, so it's, there might be some issues to go through. And he mentions a couple of things, caveats at the bottom there too, but it's a nice quick way for you to just quickly generate all those, and you can just dump them on your SDC and away you go instead of having to manually rename everything. So that's available for download on Facebook. There's a bit of a screenshot on
that's neat.
Some of the options and stuff. It's called CoCo Shortener, which is kind of what they did with the CoCo 1 to the CoCo 2. They shortened it, so. This one here, Peter Cetinski put up all the CoCo related technical bulletins from Tandy, ranging from the CoCo 1 stuff to the CoCo 3 stuff. Now, the technical bulletins, some of you people that worked at Radio Shack probably know this a lot better than I do, but these were basically, I think, fixes for known problems and how to address them. So the early ones are like, how do you install 64K on a D board CoCo or something? And they also did fixes for RF interference if you have a disk drive. They're talking about the timing changes on the Gimme. That's why the Gimme A revision chip came out. And there's a couple of interesting tidbits in here I didn't realize. Like I know I was hoping Richard would be on here from Boys and Tech, because I know he's one of the few people I know that actually has a C board revision CoCo 1, which is quite rare. The technical bulletin, though, for doing some of the memory upgrades actually mentions that a B board revision was actually out in the wild, and they actually give the instructions for doing memory upgrades on that. Has anybody here ever seen or heard of a B board before now? Because I never had.
I haven't, but I see Paul Barton's holding something up, but I don't know what he's holding up.
You got a B board, Paul, or what are you showing there? Is he muted?
He's muted, and I'm not sure what he's holding up there.
Well, wasn't the instructions for upgrading the B board just to throw it away and put in something newer?
Well, I think you say that for 64K, that was probably recommended right through the D board inclusive, I think, because you had to cut traces and all kinds of stuff. But it was just interesting that they had that. And then the CoCo 3, it went into a bit of an explanation about the multi-pack and why you needed to upgrade that for a CoCo 3. They gave some specific examples on the Gimme, why the revision A Gimme was brought out. And there's a couple pretty interesting things in there anyway. Anyways, got scans of the entire history from like 1981 or 82 right through to 88, 89 of CoCo-related technical bulletins in one big download. And unfortunately, I was trying to load this because I was going to show you some of these, and I've tried reloading it multiple times. I don't know what's wrong with GitHub right now, but it won't reload the thing to display. So.
Take care, Paul. Paul Shoemaker says he's got to go. Take care, Paul.
Right. Later, Paul. Anyway, very interesting stuff there. Next up, Australian Darren Ottery put up a video demo on Facebook of his simple drum machine program called Beatbox, which I believe he wrote quite a while ago. And it's based on an ML routine that Craig Stewart, another fellow Aussie that was Nick's main competitor back in the day for selling stuff through Tandy. He's the one who wrote Pursuit and Space Marauder and a few other CoCo game titles, both CoCo 1, 2, and 3. And well, I'll just let this play here. David O'Connor, you might give some commentary on this because I think you expressed some interest in this as well. But basically, it's a basic program with an ML subroutine for doing some percussion sounds. And let me know if this is loud enough.
Kick, tune, snare, boom. So this is like live performance. You press the keys or no?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. That's cool.
Wait for it.
It's a noisy keyboard. Needs a bit of oil.
Here we go.
Boom.
Explosion sound.
Ah.
Hey, it's a pretty cool demo. Now, it reminds me of a program that Sundog put out called Soundtracks, I think it was, because it did something not live playing like this, but you could pre-program.
Now, where were the samples coming from? Are they being generated by the CoCo DAC, or is he doing this through MIDI or something else?
Through the DAC.
CoCo DAC.
Okay.
Yep.
No,
Totally
no
CoCo.
additional hardware required.
Okay, that is even more impressive.
So I know we're planning on having another demo with Darren, doing MIDI and stuff here too. So maybe we can get him to demonstrate this at the same time and get into a bit more detail about it.
David Ladd also says he's leaving us. Goodbye, David. Goodbye, David. It was so nice having you on the show today.
This seems to be the new thing now. When the news segment goes, see you later, David. The new thing to do with the news segment now, rather than falling asleep, people will just politely leave.
Yeah, just leave. Really know how to clear out a room, Curtis. Good job.
Thank you very much.
But that you said before, I had some interaction with Darren on that topic about his little drum machine thing there too. And my main interest there was because the new album I'm working on is called CoCo Music, and every track on the album is going to feature the CoCo. I thought, well, another fellow Aussie, and he's got some code here, and it's pretty cool, and it's music related, and it's a perfect addition to the album. So we're going to share some ideas backwards and forwards, and he might put some extra little functions and features or whatnot in it, and it'll be used on CoCo Music.
Cool. So a real CoCo playing the percussion would be pretty nifty.
Yeah.
Next up, Bill Pierce has put up a list, a couple of text files here of a list of known bugs and a list of feature requests for VCC, because he's actually got some programmers actively working on it again. So he's asking for contributions. What new features would you like to see? What bugs have you found that need to be fixed? I know there's been multiple ones in there, like, the composite colors are completely wrong and et cetera. And I think that's already been patched, but he's also doing some stuff like he's mentioned that the next version coming out is actually gonna have stuff like cut and paste text. So you can actually cut and paste from the PC side.
I think Jim Rye's been working on that.
Yeah, Jim Rye's the guy that's helping him with that too. Yeah. And I know some of these features have also been in OVCC that, what's the guy's name?
That is...
Zambati?
Yeah, Walter Zambati. Yeah.
Walter Zambati's been working on.
Yeah.
So hopefully they kind of try to keep things a little bit in sync here so that, new features on one get introduced to the other and vice versa.
What we really needed was another Facebook group from Ron Delvaux, because we didn't
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, yeah.
Scroll down a little.
He's got a long ways to go to catch up to the Discord channels that people keep adding, but he's trying.
Scroll down a little so you can see that whole thing up there.
Go, Ron.
There you go.
Yes, yeah, and as always, Ron's artwork is stellar.
It makes it look pro, doesn't
It
it?
does.
Yeah.
Are you doing an OVCC one too then, Ron?
No. I'm not familiar with that, so I also did ease of use over again.
No, the artwork for it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, I had a little note here at the top of my notes for today for the news that if Ron wanted to show off all of his different artwork, we could do it as part of the Ron's Garage thing, because it's in his garage, right? Next up, the Coco Crew released their new episode, I think yesterday, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember seeing that posted.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't been on Facebook a lot. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah. So the big things of interest here, they have a host discussion. Does color basic, extended basic, super extended basic, and this basic count as an OS? And they actually had some conflicting views between the panelists on that. So it made for an interesting discussion.
I would say no.
I would say yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I mean, that's basically what happened on there too.
Okay.
And I think it's kind of a hybrid. There are some and even as Boise mentioned, there's a difference in the computer science world what exactly constitutes an OS.
Okay.
I mean, literally, by the primitive version of it, it's basically anything that talks to the hardware, which, this basic does. So, it talks to the floppy controller, it talks to the keyboard, it talks to the joystick. They do have sort of fake little API calls at those little addresses at the beginning, the indirect calls. So you can actually read a joystick and write a cassette header and, talk to Discon and all this stuff. So there's some stuff in there. It's a primitive one, but I think it does kind of qualify. But yeah, it was.
I guess everybody has their own definition of what defines an operating system. To me, the operating system is the software that manages the hardware, and since BASIC, it's doing it in ROM. I guess, but is BASIC
managing? BIOS.
Yeah, and is BASIC managing the hardware? Well, then, technically it is, right? It's letting you.
Sure, it does a memory detection. It manages memory by cleaning up the string space. It's got a garbage collector, input, output, tape device driver, printer device driver. So it depends on your terms of reference.
Yeah.
So it's not a DOS. It's an OS.
It's an interpreter, it's an editor, it's an OS, it's drivers.
It is an operating system. It may not be your,
bona fide
fancy load up whatever you want operating system, but it is an operating system.
Yep.
Oh, look at that. Neil reviewed Cosmic Aliens and Digger 3.
Yeah, I was good. Wow. That was part of what I was going to be mentioning here.
Look at
so they reviewed Digger 3 and Cosmic Aliens, and they both got good reviews. So you definitely want to listen to that, Stevie.
Right.
And Chet, in case you haven't heard that one. Now you had 2 reviews here in this last week here, Coco Crew and Vintages New Old.
Wow, that's interesting. That's cool. Thank you, Neil.
I saw that earlier. I got to check it out.
Neil wasn't aware that I had reviewed his cartridges in the newsletter too, so I had sent him a link to that. We were chatting on Facebook, and so I was letting him know that I did a write up on your cartridges in the last newsletter. So.
Yeah. And then the tech segment was on stack blasting, which is kind of timely because last week we showed that little tech stack blasting demo that John did put up on Facebook as a little quick video.
Yes.
Doing the scrolling, so he kind of explains the technique and some of the caveats if you do it certain ways, and you can use almost all the registers.
The entire episode, the parting thoughts come in at 1 hour and 51, so that's actually a short CoCo Crew, isn't it?
They've been around this 2 hour,
the
last few episodes, I think. Anyway, they had some good stuff in this episode, so definitely go check it out.
All right.
Next up,
scroll
Robert
up a little
Galt.
bit so we can see Ron's artwork there.
Yeah, scroll it down.
There you go. Look at that.
There you
Boom. Look at that.
Voila.
Happy 40th birthday, Ron. Look at that.
All right. Yep.
You were on fire, Ron.
Look out.
And the shirt to match.
I love you, man.
I'm with you, man. It's all good.
So Robert Galt has uploaded a utility called ML Finder to the Facebook CoCo group, which we're showing here. And this allows you to find the start, end, and exec addresses of an ML program, where on the disk it's located, and some other information. And he's included the source code for this, which is a bit unique. We've had other disk utilities. Jeff Francis disk utility 2.1 is a very popular one. I think Ron showed it before on the show. I used to use it a lot too, and there's a bunch of disk editors and stuff too. But this actually has the source code of how to do this kind of stuff. So that's a bit more unique. Most of the other ones were commercial programs or just released as is, runnable. So if you want to learn how some of this stuff works and written in a machine language, I believe, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but there's some interesting information in there with the source code. And this is one where I finally did an update for a change. Not beta 6 itself yet, but the ease of use manual. We've been slowly converting the original 1,000-page plus OSN level 2 manual to now it's going to be 1,500 to 2,000-page plus.
Oh, thank you, Curtis.
2,000 pages, right? And make sure that when you're wiping your bottom with this, that they don't get clogged in Nick's pipes. Okay,
more it's the only thing that we just need more of.
So anyway, back in July, we released the Windows portion. But the big reason for doing this is that so much has changed over the years. The Radio Shack manuals were last updated in March of 1988, and even they still had some mistakes in that version, though they did fix a lot of them. And there's been so much stuff added since then. There's third-party drivers. There's changes through Nitrous 9. There's changes with OSN Level 2 upgrades that Kevin Darling and the rest released back in the day. So quite a bit of stuff's new. Now, the Windows manual, we added a few extra features. There's like a filled circle, a filled ellipse. There's some different options on a couple of them. This is the first one that's had major changes. So the technical reference portion, which is basically, explaining how the system works and what default parts are in the system. We had to add stuff like the VRN virtual IRQ driver that wasn't in original OS 9, so that's been added, a whole new chapter. And system calls, there's a ton of new system calls. There's system calls for third-party drivers. There's system calls that have changed function or added functions. There's brand new ones, all kinds of stuff. So this particular manual, I think the original Tandy one was around 250 pages, and the new one's about 350. So it's a pretty sizable increase. And the next chapter or next section, I should say, that's being worked on is the commands reference. That's going to be even a bigger change. And then Basic 9 is getting done after that. So there's more still coming, but these are going to take longer and longer to do because there's a hell of a lot more to do. And we've been trying to format it in the same manner that the original one's done. So if anybody wants to print 350 pages on their printer and force the page size to match the original
artwork right there too. Look
yep,
at that.
That is.
Can't help it.
Yeah, he's everywhere, man. He's everywhere. So there's the the revision we did there from when it was released, and there's we've got some parts highlighted. But we tried to do the formatting roughly the same as the original manual. So if you size it to the same pages, which are kind of those little shrink ones in that 3-ring binder, you could literally just replace the entire original with this.
Well, I got to say something, Curtis. I know we kind of tease Nitrous 9 and stuff, but obviously it's a very functional operating system. But more importantly, documentation is something that is critical to any project, and it's usually something that's always lacking in every project because it's the least fun part to do.
Yes,
right?
I will fully vouch for that after working.
You know what I mean? So I know that's been my guilty part too. I've done a lot of projects where I've not documented them well or documented them at all. So to be doing it right like this is just as impressive as everything you've been doing on the actual development of the operating system. The fact that you guys are developing now this thorough, proper documentation, I just want to say bravo for doing that. I'll never read it, but I appreciate the fact. I appreciate the fact that you guys.
You can always download it just to appreciate Ron's artwork.
Yeah, no, but you're doing something that is really impressive because nobody creates proper, thorough documentation anymore.
Well, yeah, and I have to give a huge shout out to Jay Cyril, who's actually been doing all the typesetting and stuff to setting this up. He gets the original manuals in, and then I do all the revisions. I have to go through it literally page by page.
In the live chat, Nimble says I'm revving up my TP10, so he's ready to start printing this.
To wipe with it right off the start. One continuous roll, just got to perforate it every once in a while.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
TP uses toilet paper. That's why
that's what it stands for, doesn't it?
TP10. 10 rolls.
Single
this
ply.
one page I just wanted to show because it actually has one thing we've added to the manual is we were trying to do highlights of stuff that is new from the original OS 9 level 2, so you can tell what's new. And this is a pretty simple one. It's just mentioning that we've moved the defs file and renamed it. But there's other stuff we'll mention, like this feature is brand new as of Nitrous 9 EOU Beta 3, or it was new in Nitrous 9 over OS 9 level 2. So we're covering stuff that if you're still using the original 3.3 Nitrous 9, there's a lot of features there that were undocumented or new or both or changed. And we're actually highlighting those as well. So even if you're not using ease of use, if you're using the stock OS or Nitrous 9 level 3.3, you will see these little things here that will tell you that was new in Nitrous 9. We've also got corrections done to the original OS 9 level 2 manuals, as I mentioned before. There were some hidden options and hidden features in there that never got documented and has been there since 1986. So those are documented here as well. And we're going to keep going with that on all these other new parts of the manual.
That's
too.
awesome.
So
just think
eventually we'll get to the C
people-
compiler and the multi-view manual. We're going to be trying to do everything.
Just think of all the people in the future that are going to run into this and think, geez, who did all this stuff? This is awesome.
Yeah.
And why does it chafe my ass when I wipe so bad? Anyway, so the first two parts are done. They're uploaded to my site. I'll put them up on the archive too. Now, this was the very first release, and I know I did a couple minor corrections to the window one. I was fully expecting that I've missed stuff because 350 pages is a lot to go through and not go blind.
Yeah.
So I've already had a couple corrections come in. Jeff Tennyson's mentioned a few. I think somebody else just sent me one here yesterday too. So I will be coming out with a revision the next couple of weeks of just tidying up some.
Yeah, as hard as it is
mistakes.
to proofread your own work, it's even harder when you're trying to proofread a technical document. For accuracy and stuff. It's
like literally this is where I turn into Mikey and I start snoozing in the middle of it.
Yeah.
So.
But this is yeoman's work here. This is really commendable to be doing this.
Wow.
I mean, a fair bit of it is based on the original manual. Once you get to the set stat, get stats, then there's a ton of new stuff. I think it's almost as much.
So did you guys do like an OCR on the original manual as a starting point, or was there already a document that had started by somebody
Some of the
else?
manuals have had stuff. Boise did start converting the manuals over. Now he was changing the formatting quite a bit from the original. We're trying to stick it, closer to the original because that's what people are more familiar with. And if you want to replace the manual, print it out and actually replace the physical manual. I mean, I think most people use this as PDF because you can do searches and stuff.
Yeah.
But he did do some, not all of it. So some of this is being done brand new. I don't know if Jay's doing scans to get the text in there the first time, so it's a lot less typing, or if he's just doing it, more generically.
Cool.
But yeah, it's huge.
Thank you,
can see
Jay,
here,
and everybody else.
zipping
It's
through here.
awesome.
It's nice that you have the text set for older eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, and
that's the nice thing about PDF. Zoom it up as much as you want.
I don't know if we've touched on this, but I'll just mention it briefly. I'm not trying to blow any horns here, but a lot of what we're doing when we're in the retro hobbies, we're celebrating the past, right? We're celebrating history. We're trying to keep old memories alive and old technology alive. But at the same time, the things that we're doing right now, there are going to be people in future generations where we are while we're celebrating the past and the history of the CoCo, we are also creating future history for the CoCo right now with everything that we're doing. So just think about somebody 10 years from now, 20 years from now that are going to be looking at what we're doing now. So the things we're doing now, we are contributing to the future history of the color computer. Rather than just celebrating the past history, we're also creating future history, which is kind of cool. Right? So.
Yeah, very cool.
And I've seen some people that have written utilities that are just getting back Nitrous 9 or Basic 9, and they there was one, I think the guy's name was Charlie. He wrote something to do a wildcard attribute change. So if you want to go into a directory and set the execution attribute on every file, because when you imported it, it shut them all off or whatever. And he actually did it the old-fashioned way where he forked a shell that ran the attribute command. Well, one of the hidden features in RBF, and this has been back from the Tandy days, is there's a system called to do that for you. It was never in the manual. Well, we've added it in, and now he can actually change his program so it's faster, it's easier, it takes less RAM.
Well, how did you find that out?
Well, that was part of Nitrous 9. We disassembled the entire operating system, so we would go through and make notes. Oh, this, I've never seen this mentioned before, and it does this. Cool.
Well, were you able to tell him about that so he could do it? Oh.
Yep. And then now it's actually in this new manual, too, so anybody can look it up and do it. So, like this section I'm showing here, right here, the whole VRN virtual IRQ, this is used by Flight Sim 2 and King's Quest 3, all the Sierra games, basically. This was all new stuff that they did and was included in those games, but wasn't in the original. And then Bruce Eisted around 1990, and this was part of the level 2 version 3 upgrade that Tandy never released. He actually made a driver to make it easier for normal programmers to use it and give you the options of using all the features of both of those, because they were a little bit different. And then he had decided, well, what the heck, I might as well extend it. And he added some new features that neither of the Sierra or the Flight Sim 2 versions had. But none of that's been documented except for a very brief doc he did with the upload. And if you didn't see that upload, even though it's built into Nitrous 9 and has been since 1993, the documentation for it didn't come with Nitrous 9. So unless you knew to go look for it, you'd never know that stuff existed or how to use it. So we've added that into the basic manual. So you've got this whole chapter on the whole VRN RAM driver, nil driver stuff here. So
you used to work for Microware, right?
Me? No.
No? Okay.
Chet did.
Do you ever...
James Jones did.
Who do you go to if you need more information or you're stuck on something? You just figure it out, or do you...
Yeah, we just figured out. I mean, the nice thing about having multiple people working on it, like Bill Noble's working on it, I'm working on it. Back, we also had Wes Gale and Alan DeCock. If any one of us just couldn't figure something out, we just mentioned it to somebody else. I can't figure this out. Can you take a look and try to figure this out? And sometimes just having that fresh eyes, they go, oh, it's obviously doing this. And then you feel like an idiot. But at least you got it solved. So.
All those times you felt like an idiot.
Yeah.
That's every day for me. So.
Please, not on the show.
Yeah. So, all right. On the download site for ease of use, where Beta 6 will be released before Christmas, I've got a link to.
All I want for Christmas is Beta 6. All right.
So I've got a separate link on that page to go to the documentation page, which has the update notes for every single release of EOU, like the Alpha 1 through 3, Beta 1 through 5, soon to be Beta 6, and then the manuals up near the top. Plus, we've got the VED manual for the text editor. Beginner's documentation, which is generic to any version of EOU, which is basically how do you get it installed your SDC, how do you run it in VCC, how do you run it in MAME. So that's a nice little separate page that has all that kind of stuff on it too. So Anyway, what we're working on, like I said, working on the commands reference now. That's going to be a huge one. That's going to be months and months. Plus, I'm trying to get beta 6 done now. Our deadline right now is that at the end of November is the cutoff for new features, and then from December 1st through December 24th, if needed, maybe we'll get it out earlier. Is basically bug fixes and documentation updates for that particular release. So
let me ask you. Maybe I'm just dumb or whatever, but when you have a list of all these commands, do you ever make new ones?
Yes.
Or you do?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Even the technical reference, like the API calls, the system calls, as they're called in OS 9 parlance, we've added new ones there. We added a new main one called mod disk, which is used in the new G shell in beta 5, and that's how you can launch VDG programs directly without having to write some weird launcher program. And then system calls like the getstat calls, we've added dozens. Yeah, and we've added features to existing ones. We've added, if you do this certain register with this certain setting, you can add in something new that wasn't there before.
Yeah.
Yet it's still backwards compatible, so it doesn't break the old software.
So this is a living operating system.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. Oh,
it's,
absolutely.
It's more alive today than it's probably ever been in its entire life right now. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, it would be at least equal to what the version 3 upgrade people were doing in the late 80s, early 90s. It matches, between Power Boost by Chris Burke and Nitrous 9 by the four of us back in the mid 90s.
Have you ever been interviewed by other computer systems asking you all about this stuff? Because it's unique to any system, isn't it?
No, I mean, there's still development on other platforms too. Like GeOS, I think, is still getting some work done on the Commodore 64. I know Amiga has still got their DOS's or operating system is still getting updated.
Yeah, but which one's more dynamic and bigger and neater?
This one? No, they're trying to do the same thing. I mean, the Amiga's been adding like PowerPC support and all kinds of things too. So we're not unique in that way.
But I think it's a worthy enough project that other people should know about it. So
no, I agree with that too. And as far as an 8-bit system goes, I think this is probably the most advanced one.
Oh yeah, I would.
Well, actually, probably is probably one of the most advanced ones. Period. I can't think of any other one doing preemptive multitasking and multi.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm thinking about when I say that.
Yeah. I mean, eventually, once we get beta 6 out, and I take a bit of a breather from doing that and doing the manuals. I do want to get onto that video series about using Nitrous 9 in general and also Basic 9 programming in general too.
That's cool.
I would like to take a brief moment here to do some moderation. It's almost 5:30. I don't know how much news you have left, Curtis, but I'd kind of like to end the show by 6 o'clock. So just bear that in mind because we still have to do project updates and acquisitions and things like that. So if we could try to,
I got 2 stories left. That'll
just bear that in mind. We got a little bit more to get through.
Well, 3, I guess, get that one little bonus one.
But no, I think that's a good point, Ron. I mean, it's definitely a worthy project that I think more people should be aware of.
Yeah. And we're the one change, we're doing ease of use versus any of the previous versions of Nitrous 9, whether it was done by Boise and all them during the 2000s or by us in the 90s. We were focusing back then, and I think Boise was doing the same. They're focusing on the programmers and the diehards. Like they were adding features like DriveWire and stuff to make it better for the programmers and stuff to be able to develop projects. Nobody has really been concentrating on doing it for somebody that's new to the CoCo or new to OS 9 in general and just wants to learn how it works and make it easier to use. And that's one thing we're concentrating on both now. We're trying to make it easier to use. And I think, Ron, you can attest.
Well,
presetting up multi-view with everything is a lot easier than trying to install stuff yourself.
Absolutely. There's a lot of people that are out there that are coming into the CoCo and looking at the probably VCC and then when they find out there's OS 9, they ask if it's anything like Unix or whatever, or Linux, because they've had some, experience with it, right? I mean, does that come up?
Yeah, and I mean, the Linux people generally get OS 9 pretty easily because there's a lot of similarities. I mean, they're not identical, obviously. If you want that, you go to Physix, but but for people like yourself who just want to run programs and see what could the CoCo do, there wasn't really a distribution meant for you unless you downloaded a disk with one app on it that was dedicated to that and was set up specifically for that app, and you'd run it. And then if you want to switch an app, shut your computer off, reboot the whole thing.
Yep.
And we've been trying to get past that point, making it more like a monitoring op system. Double click and launch this, and go to another window and launch something else.
And it's like that now, except
every OS needs a killer app, and Nitrous 09's killer app might be multi-view.
Yeah, really.
If you make multi-view nice enough, then that makes OS 9 work.
Yeah.
Yep.
The fact we got Nick Morenis to run it for more than 5 minutes before he rage quits is just a huge boost. in itself, so. Normally he would fire it up when in early testing, he'd fire it up and then he'd see his trash can and go, God, that looks good. And then he'd quit. And now he's lasting a few minutes longer. James, you're about to say something?
Yes. Part of
You
the
mean
issue
there's
about-
more?
about making something for regular users is exactly that about the limitations on storage. You can't really have something set up to run any old application you want when you don't have enough space to keep them all on at one time. That's fixed now.
Yeah, the
Yes.
fact that we have the SDC, and even when we started getting hard drives, it became at least possible. Because trying to run my OS 9 on a floppy drive, even if you had a 720K, which helped somewhat, was not the greatest experience for a new user, especially.
Well, there's nothing like having your CoCo one, and you put Nitrous 09 floppy in there, and bring it up, and then you go, now what do I do?
Yeah, got an OS 9 prompt, like no idea. And they had so little space left over, they couldn't even put the dir command on there. So you type dir, it just goes error. So you have no idea what you even have on there. Yeah, no, I agree. The CoCo SDC is the thing that actually mainly instigated this project, because now we had something that was cheap. And
Everybody
you could do
has it.
multiple hard drive images. Almost everybody has it. Even back then, there was like 800. Now there's 1,500 sold. But it was easy. You would just load it up and go. And because it's on an SD card, you can download it on your PC and blast it. Like even with hard drives back in the day, you still had to send out floppies or something else to copy everything over, make sure it went to the right folders and right directory, set the attributes right so it runs properly. There's a ton of technical crap that you had to worry about to get stuff on. I mean, Rick, you're familiar with that because you had your OS 9 beginners column in 6 to 8 micros, and you know a year or two later you'd have to repeat a lot of the same stuff because some new subscribers would get in, they didn't read your old ones and they had no idea what they're doing. So what do? And you have to keep repeating and repeating.
Exactly right.
Hopefully with ease of use we're avoiding that and you can just jump right in because it's double click like you're used to on a modern OS.
Are you going to do something for like the next CoCo Fest? Maybe be a speaker and talk about it?
Yeah, actually I was planning on doing it this year, actually trying to go over the kind of ease of use, not just demonstrating, but stating our goals, where we're planning and taking in the future, etc. So yeah, we are planning on doing that.
Great.
All right, more news.
Anyway, yeah, enough of that. Tooting my own horn too much. Okay, this one's from I think it's AC's 8-Bit Zone. So he mentioned on his previous video, and he started doing stuff with Septandy, and he's just kept right on going. So he had one of his viewers write in. He says he's got a CoCo 2. He's had it for years, and it just doesn't work properly anymore. So he agreed to take on trying to fix it. And this is a part 1 video. So he basically gets this CoCo 2, and when he fires it up, he does get a green screen. But nothing else comes up except occasionally he'll get all this weird...
Looked like for a moment it was going to be a little bit different, but still just all green.
All of a sudden you get stuff like that.
Okay.
That's weird.
RAM.
Reset.
Yep, I'd say RAM too.
You got a gimme. You got no CPU.
So he's actually in the chat. So this is going to be a multi-parter. So he goes through and he decides to check all the power to all the chips to make sure that like the power isn't suddenly getting cut off at a certain chip, and that's why it's screwing up. Some chips are firing up, some aren't. So by the end of this video, the power connections to every chip, RAM, ROM, CPU, SAM, VDG, et cetera, is all working. He's getting his 5 volts to everywhere it's supposed to be going. So part 2 is when he actually starts going through the specific chips and checking things out. So that one's not quite out yet. If he's in the chat still, he can mention when it's planning on being released. But it's good because this video shows you types of things you maybe should check for if you have a dead CoCo. So if you're not familiar with the CoCo and you're wondering like what if I put this scope on here and read this, what's the voltage on a meter. So he kind of goes through things that you should check for and what they should be when you're running them through. So for people that are newer to hardware stuff, this is actually a pretty good video on debugging a CoCo 2, and part 2 will go further into it until he solves the problem.
And actually a dead CoCo is a rare one because I don't have
actually
any.
the CoCos generally last pretty good.
I don't have any dead ones.
Hey, next up here, John Whitworth is starting a second batch of boards for the MSX2 Plus. This was developed for the Dragon market and features some of the chips from the MSX, including the sound chip and the sprite chip. We've demonstrated some of Per Surratt's AGD engine ports using this, when adds the extra.
Is this what like
music.
the word pack 2? Also, what they're calling it?
Well, this is beyond that. This is the one where we remember the AGD games that were 16 color.
Yeah, but
real
I thought
sprites
that
and
was
real
what
sound?
was called the word pack 2 that was doing all this.
No, the word pack. No,
not that important.
I thought that was a slightly different one with not quite as many features, but maybe I'm remembering wrong. Maybe that's an alternate name. Oh, AC says that part 2 will be coming out this week. It's ready and just waiting for the right timing.
Okay.
So that's what the board looks like. This will work on CoCo's or on the Dragon. Per Surratt's been actually doing more ports, I guess, to it from what he was describing here. So I know he's been porting the AGD games over, but I don't know if he's continuing AGD or if he's actually updating some other commercial games. We'll have to ask Per about that or see what he announces next little while. But it's pretty cool seeing, 16 colors and real hardware sprites and real sound chips running on a CoCo 1, 2, or a Dragon.
So is that CoCo 3-ish?
In some ways it goes beyond. I mean, we never have a sprite chip in a CoCo 3. You have to do it in software. This is all hardware based.
And so, but I imagine the graphics output is like through Composite Out or something, right? It's not.
Yeah, because as he mentions here, it contains. Let's highlight these parts here. So it's got the V9958 graphics chip that the MSX2 Plus had.
Okay.
It has 120K of video RAM.
Wow.
I mean, the CoCo itself only has 64K of RAM, and that could be extended up to 192K if you wanted to. And then he's also got the YM2149 sound generator, which is based on the old 8RY, but is more suited to the MSX chips. So it's basically a sound and a sprite graphics extended card all in one for a CoCo 1, 2, or a Dragon.
Wow. That's cool.
And the last one here, this is not in my notes, so we won't be able to post the link, but he's posted this in Discord originally, and then he was also posted in Facebook. But Erico decided for Halloween to make a little low-res semi-graphics Trick or Tandy.
Yeah, that's cool. That is really cool. Erico is doing some really cool stuff in the semi-graphic space, just really pushing those
Yeah,
limited...
it's like a semi-graphics renaissance.
Yeah.
Right? Literally. And that's it for the news.
All right. Ta-da. That's cool. All right. So I would like to try to. So here's my dilemma, and then I don't know if Mark Bosley wants to pick up the stream. If you guys want to keep talking, I would like to be done in 20 minutes because we're cooking tacos here tonight, and I have priorities.
We don't care about your tacos, actually.
So I'm
hey,
only.
Mexican. This is not taco talk.
No. So I want to be able to. I want to be able to relinquish my streaming capabilities in the next 20 minutes. But if you guys want to talk longer, and Mark Bosley wants to pick up the stream, that's up to you guys. Or do you think we can finish our project updates and acquisitions and stuff in the next 20 minutes?
Oh, we could crap on all day.
Why don't we try it?
All right. Well, we're just going to keep rolling then. We're not going to take a break or anything. I know, Ron, we have showed some of your artwork, but you said you wanted to show some stuff off.
Yeah.
So you should be able to share.
Okay. And here. Now, Nick Marenti's like this picture.
Sean Connery, yes.
Yes,
it's Sean Connery.
Passed away here at the age of 90.
Yep.
Yes. That's really good, Ron Tilvo.
And then we have Fletcher.
Yes, Fletcher.
Moonlighting job.
Stunning, yes.
Just sit here and tell us what you really think.
Fletcher.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yes, the CoCo VGAs.
Yes, I got this out and cleaned it up and put it together. I have all my machines. All my machines are working everywhere in the house, outside, everywhere.
And they are everywhere.
Yes. Happy Halloween.
That was my
Halloween
buddy.
Moneypenny. Yes.
Yeah, I did 3 pumpkins. One in VG6 for the CoCo VGA. V6
Okay, that looks cool.
Yeah, I did one. Well, here they all are, and then I've got this one in H load graphics program that brings it up in composite.
Wow, that is incredible! With all the light reflection off that.
You use your joystick and you can see the whole screen.
Do you scroll across the picture?
Mm-hmm. And that's the one Robert Galtz made. And then there's the H High Color 2 version.
Stock Masters, right?
Yeah, on this it's a little stretched because I have I have the what's it called?
You might want to close your little chat windows you have down there. I don't think
I have the switcheroo.
Yeah, close your little chat windows there.
I have the switcheroo, and the switcheroo makes the aspect ratio change, so it's taller than it should be. You guys get that happening? I can't reach stuff. Anyway, I did this Happy Halloween last year. I drew a picture of the
TP10
CGP 115.
CGP, okay.
I did
That's the color toilet paper generator. Go ahead.
The ease of use project.
Yeah. Ease of use.
Mm-hmm. And I did the what else is there? I don't know. My computer's stopped moving.
Yeah.
The new Facebook is a CPU pig. Let me just say that out loud.
Yeah.
I agree.
So that's it. I'll stop there.
Quality stuff there, Rondovo, as always.
Yeah. You designed a lot of, redesigned a lot of the logos. And a lot of them look pretty good.
Yeah, you'll see all my stuff everywhere. I post it. I push it out everywhere. What?
Okay. Who else has got some show and tell right now?
Did it stop? Because I can't tell.
Yeah, it stopped, Ron. It stopped.
Good.
Who else has got show and tell right now? Anyone?
I got a couple of things that actually tie into today's show, so I'd like to throw them out there quick if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Let's see. Can I make a screen happen? That screen won't work. Will that screen work? This screen? Share, please. Okay, I think it's working. Okay, so this whole Ron had mentioned things getting harder as you work older, and Curtis had mentioned manuals. So let's go there. When I was a kid, this is what I knew. My memory was excellent. I could recite chapter and verse. I knew all of this stuff. And then I got an admin job. Oh, and then I had my side toys here from the Model 1 that's behind me on the
Scriptset cassette
shelf there.
Ooh, disc payroll.
Oh, we're good to go, man. I got 2 copies of disc payroll. You want to set up
inventory
your shop?
control.
And so that was my hobby. And then I got a job to be an sysadmin, so I had to learn these.
CCNA.
So
Postgres.
I had to pretty much know all of that stuff, and that was good. But then they had a
Oh, I see
legacy
what went
system.
wrong because you've got Perl there.
Oh,
And
yeah,
once you've programmed in Perl, it pretty much destroys everything else.
You can write Perl in a legible manner. It's not popular, and most people don't do it. I did, but that's probably why I don't have a job anymore. Anyway, they also had a legacy machine, a DG Eclipse, running Infos, which was their database system. If you remember the Tracy Kidder Ghost of a New Machine, it was the Eclipse 1. This was the cost reduced Eclipse 2 version. I'll show you the hardware someday. It's kind of funny. They turned it into a, but anyway, I had to pick that up a little bit. I didn't have to memorize the whole manuals, but I had to kind of know what was where. So if we had to pull out the old machine, we could do that. And then they also, they gave me this PowerPC AX. So this was my hobby was I tried to pick up AIX on this PowerPC because it was the coolest thing I had. My home PC was like a 486 or something. But then they switched to Solaris. This was the main thing.
crap.
I had to know all of this.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. I have that shelf.
Yeah, and they ran Solaris 2.5 all the way up until.
This makes the Nitrous 9 project look like a freaking, summer camp.
This is obviously the ease of use version, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That pushed all the other stuff out, did it?
Well, we're still going. Then they moved to Linux, which doesn't have no stinking manuals. So you just have to memorize it all because there isn't nothing written down. You can't figure out, I have to look in book 6 because there ain't no stinking book 6. You just remember it. So
tell us how you really feel.
The manual for Linux is use your favorite search engine.
Okay, well, so then I quit my job and supposedly semi-retired, although I still have a day job that takes 50 hours a week. But now I had to learn KiCad, which also has no stinking manual and be about as big as this. And then in the wings, I found this.
I used to have these too.
OS 9.
OS 9000, right?
OS 9000. And then there is an OSK in here somewhere.
Ultra
and
C. Is that a vitamin, Ultra C?
Supposedly. I lost the software though. I have all the manuals. I have the stupid one CD.
This is OS 9000 that was for the Intel. This is one we ran at work for a while on 386 and 46 machines.
Yes, the Ultra C and OS 9000 was Intel based, and like I say, I've got a Delmar 5 that I found, but I'm trying to get all my OSK stuff together because I want to play with this stuff. But anyway, after all that, I can't remember shit.
Actually, I would say one thing.
But James?
I would say one thing. Ultra C is not 386 or Intel specific. Believe me, I had a hand in the PowerPC.
Oh yeah, Deck Alpha and stuff too. That's right.
Oh, is that the actual OSK thing then?
The PowerPC backend, backend for 68XX.
On the screen.
XXX processors. There was also ARM, early version of ARM. Let's see, MIPS and SH3, which isn't all that well known in the United States, I think. But
yeah, I forgot. OS 9000 was actually cross-platform. That was one on a bunch of different CPU architectures.
Yeah, we went to the trouble of writing a Graham Glanville code generator and things of that sort. So anyway.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool. So
I guess I should have stipulated we had the x86 version, but yeah, there was definitely multiple platforms.
So I would like to get that going just because it's something I've got and haven't played with yet after all these years. So
Cool.
that's my bit.
Cool. All right, Brian Weasler, you said you had something you wanted to share?
I got a couple books. I can show real quick here.
Mm-hmm.
The Bookman.
Picked up. I got this the service manual for the CoCo 3 NTS and PAL version. So it's in really good shape. So I was kind of glad to get that one. And then also got this one here. Curtis might like this one. Inside OS 9 Level 2, the inside story for OS 9.
Kevin Darling?
Tandy Color Computer 3. Yep, Kevin Darling. Yep. So,
My copy is so worn that pages are falling out, half the cover is missing. Bill Noble and I use that so much in developing Nitrous 9.
There you go. And then I also got this one here. It's the start of OS 9. This is a Paul K. Ward book. I think this one's out on the archive as well. I got this one here. It was kind of neat. It's just but it's also an enjoyable hands-on guide to OS 9 Level 2 on the Color Computer 3.
And Paul Ward's the guy behind the MM1, just for people who don't know.
What I thought was kind of interesting on the preface here, it says, you're holding the only hands-on introduction to OS 9 Level 2. It differs from preceding books on OS 9 Level 2 because it is written for intelligent beginners. So I thought that was kind of...
That's an oxymoron. That's a complete oxymoron.
I don't know why that kind of caught me kind of funny there.
No, that's an idiot. That's an idiot with a welder, Stevie.
And then lastly here, pick up some more I'm a Coco Nut merchandise here because you can never have enough here. So
a mouse pad.
Got myself a mouse pad, and I also got myself a black mug here for some more coffee drinking. So yeah, that's all I got.
The coffee mug should help get through the Start OS 9 book.
There you go.
As long as you use espresso, sure.
Did that xenomorph just eat a small block Chevy, or what happened there?
What's that?
Oh, Alan's.
Yeah, the xenomorph. It has a crank.
That's his tongue. It's his mouth sticking. His tongue sticking out of his mouth.
No, it looks like part of a Chevy.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Could be.
That's where they break.
In his mouth. Yeah.
That's a Mopar guy. I know that.
Does
I was thinking a microphone stand.
Anybody else have a something to update to share?
How about you, Paul? What's going on, Paul?
Well, I'm working on one of these little tiny boards that looks like this. It's basically a 16550 with a CPLD. I'm converting it to a TTL decoding, and I'll have two 16550s on same size.
So that's a serial port, right?
Yes, I have a crude driver for it, but it does work. And it works up to 1.5 meg if you want to go that fast.
Wow.
That's an interesting CoCo keyboard there.
Yeah, that's one of those Red Dragon keyboards that I bought from Amazon and then rewired it. Basically ripped the whole PCB off the back of the thing and rewired the whole keyboard.
What color wires did you use?
Including all gray. It was all I had at the time.
You had that rainbow roll. You could have used that and made it look real pretty.
No, I just got the rainbow.
Oh,
roll.
okay.
That's what I used on mine. I used the rainbow stuff for my
What I'd love to
CoCo
do
D
is
project.
punch a new panel, and so I can rearrange the keys in the more.
There's
CoCo
only
3
two things
layout.
recognizable from here: your CM8 and the SDC.
Yeah, everything else is. Everything else is
Hack to
handmade.
That-
So I got a hard drive controller, a 6551A, but I think my UART is dead. It won't work anymore. And I only had one of those, so
So what do you do with your
I don't know if I want.
your serial port?
Right now I'm just testing it just with Linux. I use a Minicom, so I'm just checking it out, make sure it does function.
You want to see how fast it goes?
I haven't been able to get it to go both directions yet. It's addressed at the same place as the standard UART port, but I just haven't had time to fiddle with it more than that.
No. I do have one brief thing to show. I don't know if anybody else has anything to show or not, but
Sure.
I showed this once before, but I had not been able to test it. So what I have, which this was sent to me from Malfunct, who is Scott Wendt in our group. But this is an Arduino. Is it Arduino? I'm not sure.
Arduino.
Arduino pronounce.
And this is basically something he designed where you plug in an Xbox 360 controller into this USB port here in the center. You give it power with a USB A to B cable. And on the back, it's got a 5-pin DIN. And I'm just using basically a Commodore serial cable. But so I take 5-pin DIN out to another 5-pin DIN, and you plug into your CoCo. And then I can use an Xbox 360 controller on my color computer. Now, I know a lot of us are going the other way now, where we're doing CoCo to USB, where you can use a CoCo controller on like a Raspberry Pi or on your emulator. This is now taking a modern controller and converting it to work on a real CoCo. And so it's something that Scott came up with. I don't think he's planning on producing or selling these, but he made one for himself.
What do they call it? A Rintin Din?
I'm not sure, but so I was able to try this out yesterday, and it works. I was trying it before with an Xbox One joystick controller, and then I got a hold of Scott in Discord, and it's only designed for the Xbox 360, which I happen to have one of too. So the thing about using like an Xbox 360 controller, which I've done in emulators, is that even though it's an analog thumbstick, when you try to hit the corners, it doesn't get to the full zeros or the full 63s. Like if you imagine the grid as a square, it's kind of like a circle inside the square, and you can't seem to reach those corners with the Xbox controller in an emulator. But whatever he's done in his software in the Arduino, we're able to read all the values. So I've got my little basic program that lets me read 0 through 63 and show me where I am on
So
screen.
are you going to go above level 1 on most every game then?
Well, it depends on the game. So like I tried using it on Poltergeist, and I found that because it's kind of like, the nice thing about the Black and Beauty is you can go from 0 to 63 in a millisecond. You can just whip it to the side, and then the value is there. In this one, you're kind of fighting the resistance of the stick, so you can't get quick movements, right? So there are some things that a Black Beauty is still very well suited to because it's very fluid and it's very quick. You can just whip that stick to either side and get to the position you need to get to. Whereas with the Xbox 360 stick, even though it is analog, it is kind of self-centering and kind of spring-loaded, and there's some friction resistance to moving it, so you can't zip to locations like you can. You can get the same level of granular movement, but not the speed and fluidity of it. So it would work well on some games, but not others. But the other thing, too, is that the D-pad on the Xbox 360 controller is also read at the same time as a digital controller. So it is a analog and digital controller, and it also reads all 4 buttons from the Xbox 360 controller, so you get your 2 buttons for your 2 sticks. So there's a lot of cool features in here, and for certain games, this will work very well, but for some games like Poltergeist, it didn't work well enough for me. And Poltergeist is just a bitch of a game no matter what. So,
is it under 300
to buy it? Yeah, I'm not sure what it's gonna sell for. He actually sent me one because we were talking about this in Discord when he was working on it. He was sharing some ideas with me, and so he sent me one, I guess, kind of as just a gift. But I don't think he's ever planning on producing them or selling them. But I think he would make. I think he's got it like as a project where he could do it open source or something. So,
it's interesting as to your corner detection. A lot of the work I've done with high-res interfaces recently, they have a lot of overscan. I mean, we're talking 10% each side. And maybe that's something that these creators might want to look at so that you don't have to go side to side to get a 0 to max output. That squares up the corners. Tandy did it.
Well, Steve, actually, they're kind of along the same lines here. Like, I'm going to be releasing a preview of Beta 6 here to the people that are normally in our beta group for EUU to test GemQuest. Now, GemQuest is a game that was actually set up to play with a floating Black Beauty.
Okay.
So he has left, right, up, down as 0 and 63 only. It has to be those values is how he originally programmed it, which, of course, even on some emulators doesn't work properly and on other joysticks, as you mentioned. So I've changed it to do the first 4 positions in each direction, and anything else in the middle of that, the other 56 positions, is you're centered, because you're basically trying to run and stop before you fall off the platform.
Right.
Since you're actually testing that with his, would you like to be included on the Beta 6 beta? And I'll send you that, and you guys can try GemQuest.
Yeah, just don't ask me to read that frickin' manual, but sure.
Yeah, because I'll be sending out this weekend to the beta testers. There's about a dozen of people on there. I'll add you to the list, and you can test it with that particular controller. It'd be interesting to see what it does.
Yeah, cool. All right, well, let's put a fork in this episode so I can get ready to start eating my tacos, man. Now, Curtis, you had mentioned that maybe doing a adventure game playthrough like Black Sanctum or something like that. So if I'm not in a food coma and anybody else is willing to do that tonight, anybody free later this evening for keeping the Halloween theme going and doing some type of semi-spooky CoCo stream this evening?
Yeah, I should be available.
All right, so we'll tentatively plan on doing that. So that's a definite possible maybe. All right, excellent. Any final thoughts, parting thoughts from anyone? Anyone?
Nothing like being decisively indecisive.
Absolutely. Consistent.
I got a question about, maybe you know this, Steve. You know the new version of the RPI 3?
The Raspberry Pi?
Yeah.
Or the Cocoa Pi or whatever?
Yeah. Do you have to have 64 meg card now? Because it's like 32.
No, I don't think so. I know there were some issues with the image sizes not expanding depending on who made your SD card. I thought with the new image we had gotten past all that, and I'd have to try it again. So I
just
can't
downloaded the newest one, and it looks like it's
designed for a 32 gig. Well, so what's supposed to happen is you burn the image to your SD card. It should not eat up all the SD card. And then once you boot up, you run the menu within the Raspberry Pi to expand the file system to take up the space. I think some people were having problems to where they couldn't even extract the entire image to the SD card to begin with. But those issues should not exist, but I can't say with 100% certainty that some people still aren't having that problem. And
so it should still work on a 32.
It should. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
But I wonder if some of the SD cards maybe just a few bytes short.
Yeah, it could be. It could be that, you know. But also it had to do with just packing that image down. And I know Ron Klein did some work to make sure that the core images were packed down pretty tight.
Will the Raspberry Pi take a 64?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay. So it's just easier to get a 64.
It is, but if something's designed for 32, it should fit on a 32, and if it's not, it kind of needs to be addressed in the grand scheme of things.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Well, there have been a number of us who were here before who are not here now, and I only mean that they just left the panel. They haven't left the earth or anything. But yeah, but we'll just acknowledge those left on the panel itself. So David O'Connor, still trapped in the CRT. We have not been able to raise enough money to get David out. David, I have a feeling nobody gives a shit, to be honest with you. You're stuck, dude. So.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. You know, it's what the story of my life.
I just checked my balance. I've got 0 Fs to give on this matter. So yeah.
Stevie, I don't know if you
no more fresh air for this one.
Stevie, I don't know if you saw this, but if you look in the CoCoTALK lobby and Discord, Ben Drake's put up a really cool cartoon of you.
Let's take a look at that right now. My inner narcissist is really curious. CoCoTALK lobby, you said?
Yeah.
All right. A cool cartoon of me. More CoCoTALK tacos. To me, there's no confusion on what to do there. It's totally tacos, dude. So that's awesome.
Welcome to Taco Talk.
Welcome to Taco Talk.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm glad we don't have smell-o-vision.
Oh yeah.
It would start rolling into your screen, right?
Oh yeah. Alan Murphy, the Xenomorph. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you guys.
L. Curtis Boyle, thank you for the news and the GameON news, and for Nitrous 9, and for the Nitrous 9 manual, and to JC.
And for those of you in the beta group here, expect one for testing GemQuest specifically here within the day.
Ooh. Paul T. Barton, thanks for being here. Rob Inman. Rob, you're on deck to stream next week, right?
I am ready and willing.
So we have a special guest streamer next week, Rob Inman.
That's
everybody.
right.
And Chet Simpson, thanks for being here.
Yep.
Rick Hewlin, thank you. Ron Delvaux has been full of questions. Ron, you're just like a kid in the candy store. You have such an inquiring mind. You're asking them questions. You just want to know, and that's awesome.
Hey, download your pumpkins, huh?
Yes, that's true.
Hey, already done that.
Mark Bosley, thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
And Nick Marentes, thank you for another fine quality product. I'll be placing my order after tacos.
No worries.
Your damn Ferrari can wait there. He needs to be fed.
I'm on my way to the to buy a car. Actually, there's in the toy lane of Toy World.
Yeah, tacos or pipes. Let's see here. Well, I'll be clogging my pipes with taco remnants later on. So, and James Jones, special guest James Jones. Thanks for stopping by. We'll have a formal session with you, hopefully in the near future.
Thank you. It's been fun, gentlemen, and I'll be back.
Yes, and
Cool.
everybody in the live chat, Rob Inman, Explorer VR, Frodo, and 60, and Kevin Holloway, and Nimble, and 60, and Frodo, and Brian Weasler's posting the links for us. Rob Inman, Nimble, Brigmar 71, and AC's 8-Bit Zone. Retro Innovations was out there. And Frodo and Stooge Fan and Rob Inman and Ken Reichert and Tim Franklin and Jim Rye. So many people in the live chat. Too many to count, but you guys know who you are. You know who you are.
Jones called us gentlemen.
Gentlemen. Wow.
What's that?
Listen, he hasn't. He's seen the show. He knows better. All right. We're going to play the outro, and then we're going to put a fork in this thing here, right? All right, how do I share screens? There's the sharing of the screens. Cue outro. This concludes another episode of CoCo Talk, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer. For all things CoCo Talk, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk@CoCoTalk.live.
CoCo Talk is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCo Talk is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTALK.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Differendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCo Talk theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. We must say it thrice. That's right. That was Nick Marotta, ladies and gentlemen. I also forgot to acknowledge Canadian Retro Things was in the live chat, too. A lot of people in the live chat. Thanks, guys, for being here every week. And, yeah, my internet was holding up, so I had some internet issues in the past, so hopefully that's been good. No hiccups. That's good. No runs, no drips, no errors. Ron Delvaux digging in his ear. Did you find anything good in there, Ron?
I got it.
You got it. Excellent. All right. Say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
All right. We're pressing the button.
Still